Chapter 1654. Setting sail. Wen frowned when he heard this. He stared coldly at Wei Yi, and then with a flip of his right hand, he withdrew his ticket and said, "This is my ticket. I should be able to leave now, right?" Wei Yi glanced at the ticket in Zhuowen's hand and shrugged. "Leave it to me. Let me take a closer look." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He stared silently at Wei Yi and kept the ticket. He realized that there was something wrong with Wei Yi. He seemed to be stalling for time. Rumble! Suddenly, the chaos beast that was stationed at the edge of the white jade disc started to tremble violently. The 10 white jade stairs on the back of the chaos beast started to shrink slowly. It was obvious that the chaos beast was about to set sail. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He stared coldly at Wei Yi and said, "I have the ticket. The chaos beast is about to set sail. You still don't want to leave?" Wei Yi crossed his arms and said calmly, "I asked you to pass the ticket to me for a closer look, but you kept it. As the person in charge of this dock, I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with your ticket. If you don't pass it to me for a closer look, you won't be able to leave." Zhuowen's eyes grew colder. At the same time, he looked at the white jade stairs that were about to shrink into the chaos beast. He knew that he didn't have much time left, and Jiang Binhan would catch up with him at any time. "Take it. I bought the ticket 3 days ago at your dock. There shouldn't be any problem. Hurry up and check it. Otherwise, the ship is about to set sail." Since Wei Yi was the person in charge of the docks, Zhuowen could not act rashly. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to take out the ticket. He hoped that Wei Yi would quickly complete the inspection and allow him to enter the chaos beast. The corners of Wei Yi's mouth curled into an arc as he received the ticket. Soon after, he began to seriously check it. "Are you done checking? There shouldn't be any problem with the ticket." Zhuowen was a little anxious as he looked at the white jade stairs that were about to completely shrink. He couldn't help but ask Wei Yi. Wei Yi slowly looked at the ticket. Then, with a squeeze of his right hand, the ticket immediately shattered. He said indifferently, "This ticket is fake. What are your intentions for bringing a fake ticket with you? You're really bold." Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly. Soon after, he stared at the ship ticket that had already been reduced to pieces. His eyes gradually turned dark and cold as a thread of killing intent erupted from within. Wei Yi also felt the terrifying, murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble, but he quickly calmed down. He thought, this kid is only at the Sun Sky Saint stage. And I can't believe I was scared. He is stage. Is Sun Sky Saint stage. Are you? Zhuowen roared and pointed with his finger. The slaughtering Yellow Springs finger appeared, and the Yellow Springs behind him surged. Wei Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he sneered, "Looking at your appearance, it should be because I saw through your fake ticket, and you are angry and guilty. In that case, let this king teach you how to be a good person." After saying that, Wei Yi laughed loudly and punched out. Instantly, countless terrifying explosions resounded in the surroundings. Ding! The fist and finger collided in an instant. Immediately, the two of them came to a standstill as if time had stopped. Subsequently, the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate intensely. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Finally, it shattered into countless pieces, forming an enormous pit. Invisible ripples spread between the two of them, causing the white jade plates beneath their feet to tremble violently as if they could break at any time due to instability. The smile on Wei Yi's face completely froze. He felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, causing his fist to feel sore and painful. The force grew stronger and stronger. He grunted and retreated dozens of steps. On the other hand, Zhuowen only swayed but didn't retreat. "What?" Wei Yi was shocked. He was a heaven-defying saint stage cultivator, and he was at such a disadvantage in a head-on clash with a sun-sky saint stage cultivator. This was beyond his expectations. I don't believe it. Wei Yi was unwilling to admit defeat after being pushed back by Zhuowen. He snorted coldly and took out a double-edged spear from his spirit ring. The surface of the spear emitted countless flames. Fire explodes, the sky. Let's see how you deal with this. Wei Yi raised his spear into the sky. The flames on the surface of the double-edged spear instantly grew many times stronger and soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by terrifying flames, as if the flames could even burn the sky. Countless flames ignited in the sky. Soon after, Wei Yi grabbed the long spear with his right hand and suddenly swung it. Immediately, the two long spears rushed towards Zhuowen as if they had just left the line. The flames that incinerated the sky rumbled and came crushing down. Wei Yi sneered inside. His fire explodes the sky was extremely powerful and was his strongest move. An ordinary heaven-defying saint stage cultivator wouldn't be able to take it. Although this sun-sky saint stage cultivator was a bit unusual, he didn't think he could take it. Blood immortal! Zhuowen's eyes grew colder and colder as he summoned the blood immortal without hesitation. Roar! As soon as the blood immortal appeared, she roared at the sky and slammed her palm down. Countless blood lightning filled the air and met the flaming spear. Bang! Wei Yi was shocked to find that the flaming spear was sent flying by the blood immortal's palm. The flaming flames that crashed down from the sky all collapsed under the blood lightning. What kind of monster is this? Wei Yi was shocked. After retrieving the flaming spear that was sent flying, he retreated continuously. However, Wei Yi didn't have time to think because the blood immortal was already in front of him. She slammed her bloody claw down as if she wanted to tear Wei Yi apart. Wei Yi clenched his teeth and raised his spear to block the blood immortal's terrifying attack. Puchi! Unfortunately, the blood immortal was too terrifying. She slammed her palm down and broke the flaming spear in half. Then Wei Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back in a sorry state. At this moment, Wei Yi was really complaining. He was cursing Jiang Binhan in his heart. If he knew that this sun-sky saint stage cultivator had such a terrifying thing as the blood immortal, he wouldn't have stood out. Come back! Zhuowen waved his sleeve and tried to recall the blood immortal. However, the blood immortal roared and stared coldly at Zhuowen with a pair of ferocious eyes. She didn't listen to Zhuowen's order and rushed toward Wei Yi instead. Wei Yi's face was extremely pale. He clenched his teeth and immediately took out a token without thinking. The surface of the token was flowing with brilliance and revealed a trace of simplicity. This token was his identity token as a disciple of the Chaos Temple. There was a powerful defense restriction in it. It was a life-saving item given by the Chaos Temple to its disciples. Wei Yi bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the token. Immediately, the token emitted a bloody glow. Soon after, the bloody glow transformed into a bloody barrier that surrounded Wei Yi's body, appearing faintly discernible. Boom! The blood immortal's claw landed on Wei Yi's body again, but it was blocked by the blood-red barrier. Even with the blood immortal's power, she couldn't break the blood-red barrier, which showed how extraordinary it was. However, Wei Yi, who was inside the bloody barrier, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. The blood-red barrier was formed by his essence blood through the seal in the token. Although its defense was very strong, if it encountered an extremely powerful attack that exceeded the range of what it could withstand, it would still be affected. The blood immortal's attack was clearly beyond what Wei Yi could withstand. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect the blood immortal to go against his order. It should be the blood demon's sea of consciousness. If I'm not wrong, the blood demon should have awakened and is trying to control the blood immortal, Xiao He said in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. Zhuowen sneered and said, trying to control the blood immortal? How daring! The blood demon's sea of consciousness has my mark. Let's see how he can control the blood immortal. As he spoke, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. A bloody mark flew out and entered the blood immortal's forehead. Suddenly, the blood immortal covered her head with both hands and roared at the sky as if she was enduring some kind of extreme pain. Come back! Zhuowen said coldly again. The blood immortal roared at Zhuowen as if she didn't want to surrender. Zhuowen's eyes became even colder. He instantly sent out 10 bloody marks into the blood immortal's forehead. Suddenly, an even more intense pain drowned the blood immortal like a tide. The blood immortal knelt on the ground and kept howling. If you don't want to suffer, then come back. Zhuowen said coldly. The blood immortal roared, but in the end, she still surrendered. She turned into a bloody light and entered Zhuowen's spiritual ring. At this moment, the white jade stairs had completely shrunk. The 2 huge wings on the sides of the giant chaos beast began to flap. A mysterious space law leaked out from the inside of the giant chaos beast. Zhuowen took a step forward and used the law of the void to instantly appear at the entrance of the chaos beast. At this moment, the entrance was already sealed. A maidservant guarding the entrance had just put away the white jade stairs and was about to leave. Miss, can I board the ship? Zhuowen quickly cupped his fist and asked. The maid raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen. She said, the ship is about to depart. The cabin door is also closed. You can wait for the next flight. But Zhuowen still wanted to say something, but the maid had already put away the white jade stairs and left the entrance. She didn't even look at Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, the giant chaos beast flapped its wings. Suddenly, the space around the giant chaos beast began to collapse inch by inch. The power of the collapsing space kept pressing down, which made Zhuowen's face change drastically. Go! With a deep voice, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and used the void law. He immediately left the giant chaos beast's surroundings. Chapter 1655. Lei Tingqinjua, Wen's eyes turned cold as he watched the primal chaos beast disappear into the spatial collapse. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes landed on Wei Yi, who was slowly standing up with his hand on his chest. Wei Yi's pupils shrank as he felt Zhuowen's gaze. He took a few steps back and said cautiously, "What do you want?" "I am a disciple of the Chaos Temple. Do you dare to kill me?" "Even if you are a disciple of the Chaos Temple, it doesn't matter." Zhuowen was filled with killing intent. He stepped into the air and disappeared like lightning. Wei Yi's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he kept retreating. He was extremely nervous. Whoosh! However, when Wei Yi retreated a few dozen meters, a terrifying blood lightning came from behind him and hit his body. Puchi! Wei Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward in a sorry state. Luckily, he was protected by the token, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries from the collision. Roar! Behind Wei Yi, the blood immortal's huge body descended. Her feet covered in bone spikes stepped on Wei Yi's body. Countless blood lightning filled the air and kept attacking Wei Yi's protective shield. Seeing that Wei Yi's protective shield was still strong, Zhuowen frowned. He ordered the blood immortal coldly. "Break this person's protective shield, but don't kill him." Roar! The blood immortal's burning blood flames stared coldly at Zhuowen. She actually roared at Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. "Did you forget the pain just now? If you want to try again, I can help you." Zhuowen glanced at the roaring blood immortal indifferently. He formed a seal with his right hand and sent out a terrifying blood mark. As soon as the blood mark appeared, the roaring blood immortal's eyes showed a trace of fear. Even though she was extremely arrogant, the pain she felt when the blood mark entered her forehead still scared her. She didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. It was too painful. Roar! Roared the blood immortal. Her blood-red eyes fell upon Wei Yi. Her heart was filled with rage. That rage came from Zhuo Wen's blood-colored mark, and she needed to vent it. Now, Wei Yi was undoubtedly the best target for her to vent her anger. Boom, boom, boom. The blood immortal went crazy and kept attacking Wei Yi's protective shield. Suddenly, terrifying ripples appeared on the surface of the protective shield, and the ripples were getting more and more violent. Wei Yi's mouth full of bitterness. Looking at the protective shield was getting more and more ripples. His face was pale. He knew that the shield couldn't last long. Jiang Binghan, that bastard. B** starred Jiang Binghan. At this moment, Wei Yi cursed Jiang Binghan in his heart filled with regret. Crack! Not long after, cracks began to appear on the surface of the protective shield. The cracks grew larger and larger until it finally shattered completely. Wei Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen. The blood immortal grabbed Wei Yi with her right hand. She hesitated for a moment and then rushed to Zhuowen. She handed Wei Yi to Zhuowen unwillingly. Zhuowen waved his sleeve. His saint power tied Wei Yi up like a rope. Then, without even looking at Wei Yi, he put him into the Azure Dragon Palace. He couldn't kill Wei Yi yet. After all, he was a disciple of the Chaos Temple. It wouldn't be right to kill him. Air sealing area. The instant he put away Wei Yi, the cultivators in the white jade disk had already hidden themselves. However, Zhuowen looked around, and his expression turned extremely ugly. After being stopped by Wei Yi and not being able to board the Chaos Beast, Zhuowen knew that Jiang Binghan had caught up. However, Jiang Binghan was quite insidious. After he arrived, he didn't help Wei Yi. Instead, he set up an air sealing area and hid in the dark. He watched Wei Yi being captured by Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, you're quite calm. You didn't kill Wei Yi because you didn't manage to ascend the Chaos Beast successfully. You didn't. That's out of my expectation. Jiang Binghan slowly walked out of the void in front of him. The avatar of ice and fire followed closely behind him. Looks like you caught up early. You didn't think to hide in the dark and watch the show. Zhuowen said with a gloomy look. Jiang Binghan said calmly, Brother Zhuo, don't talk nonsense. I just arrived. Brother Zhuo took a lot of good things from me. I think you should hand them over. Zhuowen sneered. Hand them over? That's ridiculous. Since Brother Zhuo doesn't want to hand them over, don't blame me. Jiang Binghan wasn't angry. He stared at Zhuowen indifferently. Then he cupped his hands to the middle-aged man's avatar and said, Catch this guy? I have great use for him. The middle-aged man nodded and stepped into the void. Suddenly, ice and fire energy gushed out of his body, and he quickly rushed towards Zhuowen. Blood immortal. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He summoned the blood immortal beside him. The latter roared and rushed out. The blood immortal could feel how terrifying the middle-aged man was. So, she used all her strength. Blood thunder gushed out of her body and exploded into a sea of blood thunder. The middle-aged man's eyes were very calm. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and the ice and fire energy turned into a big hand. Bang! The big hand was extremely terrifying. When it hit the blood immortal, countless blood thunder were annihilated. The blood immortal was smashed to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust and forming a huge crater. Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. The middle-aged man was too terrifying. The blood immortal was an existence comparable to a half immortal, but she was thrown into such a mess by the middle-aged man's palm. Fortunately, the blood immortal's body was extremely strong. She roared and jumped out of the crater and continued to rush towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted and flicked his finger. The ice and fire energy turned into a terrifying cyclone. Like a marble, it blasted towards the blood immortal. The blood immortal let out a wail and flew backwards. She landed not far from Zhuo. Rumble! The moment the blood immortal was blown away, the middle-aged man instantly arrived and grabbed at Zhuo's head. Zhuo's pupils shrank. The underworld water droplets condensed into a shield. At the same time, the power of the saint body exploded from his body. The 4 golden patterns overlapped, and he released the spirit-swallowing lava river. Boom! Boom! However, the middle-aged man was too terrifying. Whether it was the shield formed by the underworld water droplets, the 4 overlapped golden patterns of the saint body, or the spirit-swallowing lava river, none of them could withstand the power of his palm. Zhuo spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were extremely gloomy as the Buddha demon eye opened. The Buddha kowtows 9 times to heaven. The first kowtows to heaven, the second kowtows to heaven, the third kowtows to heaven, the fourth kowtows to heaven, the first kowtows to hell, the second kowtows to hell, the third kowtows to hell, the fourth kowtows to hell. Zhuo immediately used the first 4 skills of the Buddha demon eye. Suddenly, 4 Buddha shadows stood in the void behind Zhuo. Below the 4 Buddha shadows, countless demonic hands rushed into the sky. As soon as the Buddha demon eye appeared, a terrifying pressure fell. It was as if the heavens and earth were going to collapse because of it. The middle-aged man's hand, which was about to descend, suddenly froze in midair. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Interesting. However, it's not that easy to stop me. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. Immediately, his right palm pressed down from the void. The 4 Buddha shadows and the demonic land below them all collapsed. Zhuo's face was pale and bloodless as he retreated step by step. An earth immortal was too strong. Even if it was only 1% of an earth immortal's doppelganger, it was not something that a half-immortal and the current Zhuo could contend against. Hee. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Jiang Binhan whispered with a smug smile on his face. The moment the middle-aged man's palm fell, a disc covered with lightning suddenly shuttled through the void beside Zhuo and blocked in front of Zhuo. Sizzle! Lightning disc? Lei Tingqin of the Wind and Thunder family? Jiang Binhan's eyes were gloomy. He immediately looked at a beautiful figure who was slowly walking out of the void, not far away. His face was a little pale. Young Master Jiang, you have a good memory. You actually remember my name. The beautiful figure bowed to Jiang Binhan and said in a decent manner, It's you. You're from the Fenglei clan? Zhuo's eyes fell on the beautiful figure and immediately recognized her. She was the beautiful woman who wanted to buy his ticket at the dock. He did not expect her to be from the Fenglei clan. However, what puzzled Zhuo was why she wanted to help him. Young master, we meet again. Lei Tingqin smiled sweetly at Zhuo. Zhuo frowned slightly, but did not reply. Instead, he looked at Lei Tingqin silently. He had a feeling that Lei Tingqin's help was not simple. Moreover, he possessed Lei Sanyi from the Fenglei sacred symbol. Hence, he did not want to come into contact with the people from the Fenglei clan. Lei Tingqin did not care about Zhuo's vigilance. Her beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Binhan as she said, Young Master Jiang, can you let this young master go? Jiang Binhan's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I have to take him down. If Miss Lei does not want to get hurt, it's better for you to avoid him. Don't make things difficult for me. If young Master Jiang insists on taking him down, I have no choice but to take action." Lei Tingqin waved her sleeve, and the lightning disc in front of her floated in front of Zhuowen. Terrifying lightning poured out like a waterfall, forming a lightning waterfall. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the lightning disc, and his pupils shrank. He did not know why, but when Lei Tingqin took out the lightning disc, Lei Sanyi in his body became restless, as if it wanted to break out of his body. Chapter 1656. The Devil-Masked Man, the Wind and Thunder clan, should be the clan that possesses the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. I have Lei Sanyi with me, and this girl suddenly came out to help me. Could it be that she sensed something? Zhuowen's gaze fell on Lei Tingqin as he was secretly on guard. The Ice Fire Saint symbol and the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol were his secrets. Now that the Ice Fire Saint symbol had been exposed, the Wind and Thunder clan would not let him off easily if the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol was exposed as well. Zhuowen knew that facing two Saint symbol clans, his life would definitely not be peaceful in the future. Therefore, he would rather die than reveal the Wind and Thunder Saint symbol. Lei Tingqin, your lightning disc is the most important item in your Wind and Thunder clan. Although it is powerful, it might not be able to block my Ice Fire clone talisman. This person has nothing to do with you. Are you really going to go against me for this person who has nothing to do with you? Jiang Binhan frowned slightly. The lightning disc in Lei Tingqin's hand had an extraordinary origin and was extremely powerful. It was the most important treasure of the Wind and Thunder clan. Although the middle-aged man formed by the Ice Fire clone talisman was powerful, he might not be able to break through the lightning disc's defense. Lei Tingqin did things cleanly. She said coldly, "I will protect this person today. As for whether my lightning disc can block your Ice Fire clone talisman, why don't you try and find out?" Jiang Binhan took a deep breath and did not waste any more time. He waved his right hand and said, "Break the lightning disc." The middle-aged man nodded. He stepped into the air and grabbed at the void with his right hand. Terrifying ice and fire energy surged out and condensed into a huge ice fire spear. Boom, boom, boom. The middle-aged man grabbed the ice fire spear and swung it violently. Instantly, countless spear shadows appeared and landed on the lightning disc. Countless lightning liquid splashed out. Although the ice fire spear was extremely powerful, it did not break through the lightning disc's defense. Just as Jiang Binhan and Lei Tingqin were locked in a stalemate, a ghostly figure appeared in the sky thousands of miles above Hanming County, stepping on the clouds. This person was tall and slender, and he wore a grayish-black brocade robe. His black hair hung down to his waist, and he wore a ghost mask on his face. The ghost mask had a strange smile on it, and it made people's hair stand on end. The ghost mask revealed a pair of cold eyes. This person lowered his head and looked down at Jiang Binhan and Lei Tingqin, who were in a stalemate. His eyes flickered and were full of depth. At the same time, when this person's gaze fell on Zhuowen, a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. "It's time to move. Ice Fire clan, Wind Thunder clan, I'm afraid the peace between the two clans is about to be broken. Speaking of which, I have to thank that little fellow, Zhuowen." A hoarse voice was slowly emitted. Immediately, this person disappeared from the sky like a ghost. Not a single trace of him could be found. At this moment, on the white jade disc, Jiang Binhan's face was quite ugly. He stared at the lightning disc. The Ice Fire doppelganger had already bombarded the lightning disc dozens of times, but there were no signs of it breaking through the lightning disc. This lightning disc is indeed a powerful treasure of the lightning lineage of the Wind Thunder clan. However, we can't continue like this. Lei Tingqin's appearance this time is too strange. She even saved Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen is colluding with the Wind Thunder clan? Jiang Binhan's face was a little strange. He faintly had a bad feeling. After all, Lei Tingqin's appearance was too coincidental. He suspected that Zhuowen was related to the Wind Thunder clan. If Zhuowen was related to the Wind Thunder clan, then Jiang Binhan's heart was even colder. After all, Zhuowen had a trace of the origin of the Ice-Fire Sacred symbol. If the Wind Thunder clan got their hands on it, then the Ice-Fire clan would be led by the nose. No, I have to inform the clan about this. The more Jiang Binhan thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He knew that if Zhuowen was really related to the Wind Thunder clan, then it would definitely be bad news for the Ice-Fire clan. At this moment, Jiang Binhan no longer cared about the great merit he would receive if he obtained the Ice-Fire Sacred symbol's origin. He knew that this matter was a little serious. He could no longer control it alone. Jiang Binhan took out a communication jade talisman and entered a message. Just when he was about to send it, a hand reached out without him noticing. It grabbed his hand and snatched the communication jade talisman away. What? Who are you? Jiang Binhan's face changed drastically. He never thought that someone would be able to snatch his communication jade talisman without him noticing. He didn't even notice it before. Then, Jiang Binhan suddenly raised his head and immediately saw a black-clothed man wearing a ghost mask. He was staring at him with a faint smile. "Protect me?" Jiang Binhan immediately retreated. At the same time, he shouted at his doppelganger not far away. The doppelganger naturally wouldn't disobey Jiang Binhan's order. He took a step forward and attacked the mysterious black-clothed man with his palm. "It's useless. What can an earthly immortal's doppelganger do to me?" The man with the ghost mask smiled, faintly. He grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, countless black cyclones rushed out and formed a huge black saber. The black cyclones were filled with dense devil chi, which made the man with the ghost mask full of strange devil chi. The man with the ghost mask suddenly smiled eerily. He swung his right hand, and the black saber slashed out horizontally. The blade of the saber was covered with strange black cyclones. The moment the black saber touched the doppelganger's palm, the palm suddenly froze and was immediately crushed into powder by the cyclones on the blade. Hiss! This scene was naturally seen by Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin. Immediately, the two of them inhaled a breath of cool air. This was an earthly immortal's doppelganger. How could it be so easily destroyed by the man with the ghost mask? This was really beyond their expectations. Lei Tingqin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's him! Let's do it again." The person with the ghost face mask laughed in a cruel manner. The black blade was lifted upwards. Immediately, countless black cyclones began to sweep out from the blade and slashed at the chest of the ice and fire avatar. Immediately, the ice and fire avatar was cut into two. The two halves of the body were completely shattered into pieces by the cyclones. Jiang Binhan was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the scene. His mind was like paste and became blank. He couldn't believe that his ice and fire doppelganger talisman was destroyed just like that. Who was this man with the ghost mask? How could his strength be so terrifying? Young Master Jiang, don't be afraid. You will soon be like your doppelganger. The man with the ghost mask turned his head and stared at Jiang Binhan. He let out a sinister and terrifying laugh, which made Jiang Binhan's hair stand on end. "Let's go." At this moment, Jiang Binhan didn't have the courage to face the man with the ghost mask. He let out a low growl and immediately fled. Unfortunately, the man with the ghost mask was much faster than him. The moment Jiang Binhan lifted his foot, the man with the ghost mask had already swept in front of Jiang Binhan and blocked his way. "Who are you?" "I am the young master of the Ice and Fire family. We have no enmity in the past. You'd better weigh the pros and cons, don't make a mistake." Jiang Binhan retreated step by step. There was a tremor in his voice. The man in front of him was too powerful. He was so powerful that he didn't dare to resist. "Young Master Jiang, we have no enmity. However, you must die today. In order to cooperate with me, you have to suffer." The man with the ghost mask spoke with a trace of politeness. However, the words he said made Jiang Binhan despair. The man with the ghost mask slashed with his saber at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Jiang Binhan was in a daze and didn't guard against this attack at all. Of course, even if Jiang Binhan was on guard against this attack with his strength, it was impossible for him to block it. Swoosh! Blood splattered and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Jiang Binhan's head fell to the ground. The man with the ghost mask was extremely fast. His right palm quickly reached into Jiang Binhan's dantian and twisted violently. The essence core in Jiang Binhan's dantian was completely crushed. At this point, Jiang Binhan was completely dead. At the moment of Jiang Binhan's death, Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen were terrified. The two of them only had one thought now, and that was to escape. Since this man could kill the Ice and Fire doppelganger so easily, he was at least an earthly immortal. An expert at this level was not someone the two of them could contend against. Boom! However, the man with the ghost mask seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. A terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from his body. At this moment, the sky changed color. Lightning flashed like snakes. As soon as the pressure came out, it was as if countless mountains had collapsed and pressed down on them. Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin couldn't breathe. Who the hell is this person? After he killed Jiang Binhan, is he going to kill us too? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and his breathing was a little hurried. His mind went deep into the Azure Dragon Hall. He knew that the only way to deal with the man with the ghost mask was to ask the first mountain god for help. "Don't be nervous. This time, I'll only kill Jiang Binhan. I won't kill the two of you." The man with the ghost mask suddenly smiled. There was a hint of eeriness in his laughter, as if he had heard the terrifying cry of an owl in a dilapidated graveyard. Hearing this laughter, Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin felt a chill in their hearts. However, they were still skeptical. Lei Tingqin even pointed the lightning pan at the man with the ghost mask. However, the man with the ghost mask did not seem to want to deal with Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin. He stood where he was, and the black blade in his hand dissipated into a black cyclone that entered his body. He crossed his arms as if he was waiting for something. Not long after, the man with the devil mask suddenly chuckled. He glanced at Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen, especially Zhuowen, who had a meaningful look in his eyes. "The two of you, see you later." After he finished speaking, the man with the devil mask suddenly turned into a black shadow like a ghost and disappeared into the sky. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his shadow in a breath's time. Not long after the man with the ghost mask left, two figures suddenly rushed over. "Young Master." Chapter 1657. Shifting the blame, Xuelin, who was standing behind Fang Lao, was shocked. He knew that Jiang Binhan was protected by the clone of an earthly immortal realm expert. Even so, Jiang Binhan was still dead. At this moment, Xuelin's heart was filled with extreme fear. The way he looked at Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin had changed completely. Oh no, so this is the mysterious man's motive. Lei Tingqin put away the lightning disc. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. She finally understood why the mysterious person had forced her to stay in the Hanming County of the Blood Refinement Mansion. She had also coincidentally met the young master of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, and now Jiang Binhan had died in front of her. She was afraid that all of this had been planned by the mysterious man. No matter how stupid she had already guessed the mysterious man's motive. He wanted to stir up the relationship between the Ice-Fire family and the Fenglei family. Jiang Binhan's death was obviously pushed onto Lei Tingqin by the mysterious man. Jiang Binhan was the son of the current patriarch of the Ice-Fire family, Jiang Zuomei. Although his talent was not considered monstrous in the family, he was still considered top-notch. Moreover, Jiang Zuomei doted on Jiang Binhan a lot. Once the news of Jiang Binhan's death reached Jiang Zuomei's ears, Jiang Zuomei and the entire Ice-Fire family would probably explode. At that time, Jiang Zuomei would probably go all out to the Ice-Fire family to demand an explanation. At that time, it would be inevitable for the two families to clash. Zhuowen had also considered the consequences. Naturally, his expression was not good. He was alone now and was not a match for a huge force like the Ice-Fire family. If the Ice-Fire family were to blame him, Zhuowen would really have to go to the ends of the world. Lei Tingqin, the successor of the lightning lineage of the Ice-Fire family, and Zhuowen, you little bastard. The two of you are really good. How dare you kill the young master? You are in big trouble. The patriarch will not let you go. Fang Lao came back to his senses and gently put down Jiang Binhan's body. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin, his voice full of resentment and anger. Old Fang, we didn't kill Jiang Binhan. Jiang Binhan has the Ice and Fire doppelganger talisman. That's the doppelganger of an Earth immortal. Do you think the two of us can kill Jiang Binhan? Think about it calmly. If it was really us who killed him, we would have left this place immediately. Why would we wait for you to come? Didn't you notice the suspicious point? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with calmness. She was fearless in the face of battle. She began to analyze the pros and cons of the situation word by word. This made Zhuowen think highly of this woman. Elder Fang sneered and said, "You don't have to explain. If it wasn't you who killed him, then who? Your excuse is really bad. It's a black-clothed man wearing a ghost mask. He's very strong. He's at least an Earth immortal," Lei Tingqin continued calmly. Elder Fang narrowed his eyes and roared, "Are you still trying to quibble? You killed my young master. Your Wind and Thunder family won't have an easy time. I'll report this to the family head." Just as Lei Tingqin was about to say something, Zhuowen, who was originally standing behind her, suddenly leaped up. With a wave of his sleeve, a scroll shot out explosively. It suddenly unfurled, and countless mountains and rivers appeared. It was a beautiful mountain and river. These sceneries were like a maze, enveloping Elder Fang and Xue Lin. "Master, what are you doing?" Lei Tingqin was stunned. Then she said coquettishly. However, Zhuowen said indifferently, "It's useless for you to say this to them now. Jiang Binhan is already dead, and he died in front of the two of us. Dead men tell no tales. No matter how much nonsense you say to them, they won't believe you. If we want to keep this a secret, the only way is to silence them. Kill Elder Fang and Xue Lin. Then the family head of the Ice and Fire family won't find out about us so quickly. Miss Lei, please lend me a hand and kill these two people. This is the only way we can try now." Lei Tingqin's eyes flickered when she heard this. She hesitated. "Miss Lei, this great mountain and river painting won't last long. You should make a decision soon. Otherwise, if Elder Fang escapes, the Ice and Fire family will point their spear at your wind and thunder family. You don't want to see this happen, right? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Lei Tingqin took a deep breath and said, Master, you're right. Lei Tingqin's character was swift and decisive. Once she made a decision, she would carry it out stubbornly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the lightning disk in her hand was summoned and landed on the Great Mountain River diagram. At this moment, the Great Mountain and River diagram was filled with countless explosions. The moment the lightning disk landed in the sky, the Great Mountain and River diagram collapsed inch by inch with a rumble. Elder Fong and Xue Lin rushed out. Elder Fong was furious. Just as he was about to rush out and attack Zhuowen, the lightning disk above their heads exploded with terrifying thunderbolts. Terrifying thunderbolts struck down like boundless lightning punishment, instantly trapping Fong Lao and Xue Lin, who had just escaped from their predicament. Lei Tingqin, Zhuowen, the young master was killed by the two of you. The Ice and Fire family will not let you go. Elder Fong kept roaring in the lightning disk. Although he kept attacking the thunderbolts, he couldn't break through them. Miss Lei, let me in. Let me end these two people, Zhuowen said to Lei Tingqin with cold eyes. Lei Tingqin gently nodded. She controlled the lightning disk to reveal a gap. Zhuowen immediately rushed in with the blood immortal. After Zhuowen rushed in, the gap closed again. Soon, the sound of an intense battle came from the lightning disk. After about half an incense stick's time, the noise of the battle gradually subsided. Lei Tingqin knew that the battle was over. She waved her jade-like hand and put away the lightning disk. Zhuowen's slightly battered figure was revealed, and the blood immortal was put away by her. Zhuowen's eyebrows were filled with tiredness, but his eyes were full of energy. Elder Fong and Xue Lin were lying lifelessly behind him, especially Xue Lin's corpse. It was almost unrecognizable, as if it had been eaten by a ferocious beast. Xue Lin's corpse was caused by the Blood Immortal. He didn't know if it was because of the Blood Demon clan, but after the Blood Demon was refined into the Blood Immortal, he had an uncontrollable thirst for blood. Especially after the Blood Immortal killed Xue Lin, she actually tore apart Xue Lin's corpse and sucked his essence blood. Moreover, after eating Xue Lin's corpse and blood essence, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the Blood Immortal's aura was much stronger than before. It seems that the Blood Devil's blood essence has the effect of promoting and improving the Blood Immortal. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Lei Tingqin glanced at the corpse behind Zhuowen. She wasn't surprised at all. She had seen Zhuowen's battle before. After all, the latter had the Blood Immortal at the half-immortal realm. In addition, Zhuowen had the first Yang Dao sword, a treasure comparable to a subimmortal artifact. It would be strange if Xue Lin and Elder Fong were Zhuowen's opponents. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and 3 wisps of flames shot out from his fingertip. They shot into the corpses of Xue Lin, Elder Fong, and Jiang Binhan respectively. After destroying the corpses of the 3 people, he walked in front of Lei Tingqin without changing his expression. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions when she saw that Zhuowen's expression didn't change at all after completing this series of actions. Zhuowen's decisiveness and viciousness left a deep impression on Lei Tingqin. In the situation just now, although she looked calm on the surface, she was still a little flustered in her heart. However, the young man in front of her had always been very calm. He even made a prompt decision to silence them. This was something that Lei Tingqin couldn't do under the circumstances at that time. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out 3 spiritual rings. He presented them in front of Lei Tingqin and said, "These are the spiritual rings of Jiang Binhan, Xue Lin, and Elder Fong. I didn't take out the things inside." We can share them equally. However, Lei Tingqin waved her hand and said, I don't need their things. You can take them. Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he remembered that Lei Tingqin's position in the Fenglei clan was not ordinary. She probably didn't lack any treasures, especially the lightning disk in her hands. Thinking of this, Zhuowen gently nodded his head and kept the spirit ring. Wait, is there a chaos shuttle in Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring? Lei Tingqin suddenly asked. Zhuowen was stunned. He immediately took out Jiang Bin's cold spiritual ring and erased the mark on it. He checked it with his mind and immediately found the chaos shuttle in the spiritual ring. Swoosh! Zhuowen took out the chaos shuttle and placed it in front of Lei Tingqin. There really is a chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Zhuowen and said, Mister, I still don't know your name. Zhuowen. Zhuowen no longer hid his real name. Only Jiang Bin Han, Shui Mo, and a few others in the central region could recognize his name. These people had basically been killed by Zhuowen. Therefore, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Mr. Zhuo, I'm Lei Tingqin. I'm the successor of the lightning lineage in the Fenglei clan. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but can you give the chaos shuttle to me? Lei Tingqin smiled graciously. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, To be honest, I was planning to travel across the prefecture. However, I missed a flight. I need the chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin wrinkled her nose. It was obvious that both of them needed the chaos shuttle. However, there was only one chaos shuttle. This had become a problem. I heard that you were planning to go to the Green Lotus Prefecture. The Green Lotus Prefecture is an affiliated prefecture of the Wind Thunder Prefecture. It's right beside the Wind Thunder Prefecture. This time, we can travel together. Once I enter the Wind Thunder Prefecture, I can give the Chaos Shuttle to you. What do you think? Lei Tingqin smiled sweetly. Zhuowen was startled. He immediately nodded and said, Since that is the case, I will accept your offer. However, I still have some old grudges in the Blood Refinement Mansion that I need to settle. Miss Lei, can you wait for some time before heading to the Wind Lightning Mansion? Chapter 1658. Conspiracy After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuowen turned into a streak of light and left Hanming County. However, the moment he left, his body was filled with unimaginable killing intent. Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Zhuowen gradually disappear into the distance. She muttered in a low voice, It seems that young Master Zhuo is also a person who is quick to repay kindness and revenge. The Blood Devil clan is in for a bad time. With Lei Tingqin's sharp mind, how could she not guess the purpose of Zhuowen's trip? 7 or 8 prefectures away from the Blood Refining Prefecture, the Icefire clan of the Icefire Prefecture, Jiang Zuomei was quietly sitting on a chair in the depths of the hall. The chair was formed by the energy of ice and fire. It emitted a fiery red and icy blue luster. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's majestic body began to faintly tremble. A trace of blood red burst out from his eyes. This trace of blood red was filled with rage. His gaze fell on the jade talisman in his hand. The jade talisman had been completely shattered. The ice-fire doppelganger talisman that I gave to Han has been destroyed. Han is in big trouble. Jiang Zuomei's face was extremely gloomy. A trace of an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Shortly after, 2 armored soldiers hurriedly walked in and knelt in front of Jiang Zuomei. Looking at the 2 soldiers, the ominous feeling in Jiang Zuomei's heart rose to the extreme. These 2 soldiers were not unfamiliar to him. They were the guards who guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion. The Life Tablet Pavilion was where the life tablets of the important figures of the clan were placed. These two soldiers guarded the Life Tablet Pavilion all year round. They would only appear when the life tablets in the Life Tablet Pavilion had an accident. Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Young Master's life tablet is broken," one of the soldiers said in a trembling voice. His heart was filled with bitterness. Jiang Binhan was the young master of the family. His status was extremely high, and he was also a strong contender to be the heir of the family in the future. However, his life jade was broken, which was definitely an unprecedented event in the family. Moreover, Jiang Binhan was the son of the current head of the family, Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei would definitely be furious about Jiang Binhan's death. By then, the entire Icefire family would be in a state of panic. Jiang Zuomei's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and said, "Hun, Er's life jade is broken? I don't believe it." As she spoke, Jiang Zuomei took a step forward and flashed out like a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing from the hall. At the Life Tablet Pavilion of the Ice and Fire family, there were many soldiers guarding the place. They were all in a state of chaos. Jiang Binhan's life tablet had shattered. Naturally, they knew that this was a serious matter. How could they not panic? Whoosh! Jiang Zuomei arrived outside the Life Tablet Pavilion in an instant. The panicked soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master!" Jiang Zuomei ignored the soldiers and walked straight into the Life Tablet Pavilion. Inside the Life Tablet Pavilion, there was a high platform in front of him. On top of it, there were jade-colored tablets. These tablets were the life tablets of the important figures of the Icefire family. Jiang Zuomei's gaze fell on the fourth row from the top. His gaze quickly fell on a jade tablet. The words Jiang Binhan were written on it. Obviously, it was Jiang Binhan's life tablet. However, the jade tablet that represented Jiang Binhan had countless cracks on its surface. Its surface was dim, like a candle in the wind. Jiang Zuomei slowly walked to the front of the high platform. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped the cracked jade tablet. However, the moment he touched the jade tablet, the cracks on the jade tablet reached their limit. Soon after, the jade tablet shattered into countless fine powder. Jiang Zuomei stared blankly at the scene. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart. A burning pain assaulted him, making Jiang Zuomei want to roar to vent his anger. "Master, what happened to the Life Tablet Pavilion? Why is it so chaotic?" Outside the Life Tablet Pavilion, a slender figure suddenly walked in. This person stopped at the entrance of the Life Tablet Pavilion and cupped his fists at Jiang Zuomei's back. This person was in his 20s. He was tall and emitted a biting cold aura. He wore a purple robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. It swayed with the wind. It was an indescribable elegance. Jiang Zuomei slowly turned around. At this moment, the rage in his eyes had been replaced by calmness. However, this calmness was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. The moment this person met Jiang Zuomei's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What kind of eyes were those? The depths of those eyes were filled with coldness and brutality. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. This was the first time the young man saw Jiang Zuomei reveal such an expression. However, his attention quickly fell on the high platform behind Jiang Zuomei. When he saw Jiang Binhan's life tablet shattered, his pupils unconsciously shrank. He lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to speak carelessly. However, his heart was filled with astonishment and shock. Jiang Binhan was the master of the family and was deeply loved by Jiang Zuomei. It could be said that Jiang Binhan was Jiang Zuomei's treasure. Now that Jiang Binhan was dead, the anger in Jiang Zuomei's heart had probably reached its peak. Therefore, the young man didn't dare to speak too much for fear of angering Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei glanced at the young man indifferently and said coldly, "Zetian, are you feeling lucky now? Now that Hainer is dead, you have one less competitor." The heroic young man in front of her was one of the two monstrous geniuses of the ice and fire family, Jiang Zetian. He was extremely talented. Although he had cultivated for less than 300 years, his cultivation had reached a level that many of the younger generation could only dream of. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's words caused Jiang Zetian's pupils to shrink. He respectfully said, "Master, you're exaggerating. Binhan is the son of the master of the family and Zetian's younger cousin. Both of them were close relatives. Binhan's unfortunate death left Zetian with no anger or fear left in my heart. How can I feel lucky?" At this point, a trace of hatred appeared in Jiang Zetian's eyes. It was as if he really hated Jiang Binhan's murderer. Jiang Zuomei waved his hand and looked deeply at Jiang Zetian. He rubbed his forehead and said, "In the family, your intelligence network has always been well informed. Help me find out what happened to Binhan, also who killed him." Jiang Zetian lowered his body and responded softly. Then he slowly retreated. However, after Jiang Zetian left the Life Tablet Pavilion, the corner of his mouth revealed a thought-provoking smile. He muttered in a low voice, "I never thought that Jiang Binhan would have such a day. I just don't know who dared to kill Jiang Binhan." However, Jiang Binhan is the son of the master of the family after all. I can't slack off on the investigation. At least I can't do a perfect job in front of Jiang Zuomei. After Jiang Zetian left, Jiang Zuomei slowly collected Jiang Binhan's life tablet. Immediately, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it. The jade talisman fragments began to tumble and eventually gathered into a head that emitted white light. This head was the image of a white-haired old man. "Zuomei, why did you use the life tablet I gave you?" The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zuomei knelt on one knee and said with an emotional expression, "Ancestor, Hainer was killed. You have to help me investigate. I know that only you can use your great divine ability to predict the past." Binhan was killed. Who dared to kill a member of the Ice-Fire family? Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The white-haired old man's eyes suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Zuomei doesn't know. Hainer had my Ice-Fire clone talisman, but he was killed. I can't figure out who killed him despite knowing that he was the young master of the Ice-Fire family." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with rage. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered as he said, "Let me calculate it." As he said that, he closed his eyes and kept making hand seals. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Jiang Zuomei quickly asked. "I can't calculate it. Binhan's past seems to have been sealed by a force. I can't calculate who killed him." The white-haired old man frowned. Jiang Zuomei was startled as she said, "Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. You're a celestial immortal who has come into contact with the heavenly Tao. You should be able to calculate such a small matter." The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Although I have come into contact with the heavenly Tao, I don't specialize in the ability to predict the future. I can only do simple divination. Moreover, Binhan's heavenly Tao seems to have been sealed by someone. I can't break it, so I can't calculate it." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said dejectedly, "Ancestor, even you can't calculate it. What should we do? The Middle Earth is too big. It's too difficult to rely on manpower to investigate it. There's still room for negotiation. You should go to the Prophet clan. Those old fellows in the Prophet clan are all experienced in divination, especially the goddess of this generation of the Prophet clan. This goddess is very impressive. She can actually communicate with the divination's sacred talisman. Although she hasn't cultivated for a long time, her divination abilities are even more terrifying than those old fellows in the Prophet clan." At this point, the white-haired old man looked at Jiang Zuomei and said, "Prepare a generous gift for the Prophet family. We can only rely on the Prophet family to find out the truth. If we can invite the goddess, then the truth will naturally come to light." "Well, I'm at a critical moment in my seclusion. I'll leave this matter to you. If there's nothing important, then don't disturb me." After finishing his words, the white-haired old man slowly dissipated. Jiang Zuomei bowed with respect in her eyes. After the white-haired old man completely disappeared, Jiang Zuomei walked out of the Life Tablet Pavilion. This time, he prepared a generous gift for the Prophet family. While Jiang Zuomei was preparing the gift, the goddess was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat inside a huge sacrificial tower of the Prophet family in the north. In front of her was a huge sacrificial altar. "Jiang Zuomei will come to my Prophet family in a few days," the goddess murmured in a low voice. Just as she finished speaking, a black-robed man wearing a devil mask walked out from the shadows behind her. He laughed mischievously and said, as expected of the goddess, "Everything is under your control." Unexpectedly, the goddess shook her head and said, "You're wrong. There's one person whom I can't control even with the divination saint talisman." "Who is it?" the man wearing the devil mask asked in astonishment. Chapter 1659. Blood Death. Array thousands of miles away from Eternal Blood County, a long rainbow flew across the sky and stopped on a small hill, revealing Zhuowen's slender figure. "Before Xuelin died, I checked his sea of consciousness. The Blood Demon clan's lair is in Eternal Blood County. There are 2 leaders in the Blood Demon clan. One is Xuelin, and the other is an old man called Shui. Shui's strength is similar to Xuelin's. They should be at the peak of the heaven-defying saint realm. The blood immortal and the first Yang Dao sword should be enough to kill Shui. Moreover, there are 15 people in the Blood Demon clan. The blood essence of these blood demons is a tonic for the blood immortal." Zhuowen's eyes were cold. After killing Xuelin, he planned to get rid of the Blood Demon clan. It was not only because the blood essence of the Blood Demon clan was helpful to the blood immortal, but also because Shui was a great threat. The brand on the blood immortal could not be removed. Once the brand existed, the leader of the Blood Demon clan, Shui, could follow the brand to find Zhuowen's location. If Shui notified the Ice Fire clan in advance, it would be a disaster for Zhuowen. Therefore, he had to get rid of this threat. If he did not, he would not be at ease. Whoosh! Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He stepped into the void and disappeared like lightning, heading towards Eternal Blood County. At this moment, at the top of the blood-red tower in the center of Eternal Blood County, an old man in a blood-red robe stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were gloomy. Xuelin is dead, and the brand on the blood general is rushing towards here. What's going on? The old man in a blood-red robe was the other leader of the Blood Demon clan, Shui. The moment Xuelin died, he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind the old man in a blood-red robe, 14 men in blood-red robes stood respectfully, set up the blood death array, and inform the general in charge of Eternal Blood County, Mo Guang. I hope he can help the Blood Demon clan, Shui Yi said to the 14 men behind him. Blood Death Array? My lord, isn't this array time only set up when the Blood Demon clan, is it? Could it be that something terrible has happened? One of the crimson-robed figures couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He wasn't the only one. All the other crimson-robed men were shocked as well. They had a bad feeling about this. Blood Forest has died. This time, our Blood Demon clan has truly reached a moment of life or death. Hurry up and arrange the Blood Death Array. Also, inform General Demonshine to come and assist us. This time, our Blood Demon clan is willing to pay any price. Blood Robe grimly said. The 14 blood-robed men did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly acknowledged and turned into 14 rays of blood-red light, disappearing from the top of the tower. 13 of the blood-robed figures surrounded the bottom of the blood-red tower and began to lay down powerful restrictive spells. Immediately, the blood-red tower's aura became extremely vast. A stream of blood-red chi rushed into the sky, turning into a spinning pillar of blood. The pillar of blood constantly revolved, radiating with extremely dense blood energy. Immediately, the blood energy revolved around the blood tower, forming a curtain of blood. The 13 crimson-robed figures stood in 13 directions of the blood-red tower. Each of them breathed in and out blood energy, maintaining the curtain of blood around the blood-red tower. Blood Robe stood at the top of the tower, his eyes extremely serious and cold. He knew very well that this person must be the one who captured the Blood General. He wanted to see who this person was. Eternal Blood County General's Mansion. The crimson-robed figure knelt on one knee in the courtyard. The door of the attic in front of him was tightly shut. Do you think Blood Robe is willing to pay any price for me to help him? A cold voice floated out of the attic. Yes, the crimson-robed figure said in a deep voice. Ha! I'm afraid I can't help an opponent that even Blood Robe is so cautious of. After all, I'm only in the Sun Sky Saint realm, far inferior to Blood Robe. However, I can send 10,000 cavalry to maintain the Blood Death Array of your blood-red tower. That's my limit. The door opened, and a stalwart figure in armor with billowing demonic chi slowly walked out. His black eyes stared at the crimson-robed figure kneeling below. If Zhuowen saw this general, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the 4th General, Mo Guang, from the last Commander-in-Chief battle? The crimson-robed figure frowned and finally sighed in his heart. Yes, if my Blood Demon clan can escape this crisis, I will not forget the general's kindness today. This is my token. Go to the martial arts field and get 10,000 cavalry. Mo Guang's face was expressionless. He waved his right hand and handed a flashing black token to the crimson-robed figure. The crimson-robed figure bowed again and immediately retreated. After the crimson-robed figure left, Mo Guang looked up and stared at the blood-red tower covered by the curtain of blood. His eyes fell on Blood Robe, standing at the top of the tower. He frowned and muttered to himself, Blood Robe is so cautious. Is the person who came this time really so terrifying? Deng, deng, deng. The crimson-robed figure led 10,000 cavalry and immediately rushed towards the blood-red tower. Along the way, countless warriors moved aside to make way for them, their eyes revealing a strange look. What's going on? The general's mansion actually mobilized 10,000 cavalry, and the Blood Tower also released the Blood Death Array. Did something major happen? The martial artists of Eternal Blood County were in an uproar. They had lived in Eternal Blood County for so many years so they had naturally heard of the Blood Tower. They knew that this Blood Tower was in existence even more terrifying than the general's mansion, and that they absolutely could not provoke it. But now, the Blood Tower had released the Blood Death Array, and was panicking at the slightest sound. Many martial artists knew that something major was about to happen in Eternal Blood County. The crimson-robed figure led the 10,000 cavalry to the base of the Blood Tower. Then, he commanded the 10,000 cavalry to cooperate with the Blood Death Array. They swallowed and spat out their own strength, causing the power of the Blood Death Array to become even more terrifying. The pillars of blood that soared into the sky became even thicker. As they soared into the horizon, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed blood red, becoming a true blood cloud. This blood cloud constantly spun, and then slowly sank down, like an inverted funnel. The blood cloud revealed a pressure that shook the minds of many Eternal Blood County martial artists. They felt their shoulders sink, as if a terrifying mountain was pressing down on them. He's here. At the top of the Blood Tower, Shui Yi's eyes flashed red as he stared at the horizon. There was a long rainbow that was like a stream of light that swept over quickly and finally stopped outside the Blood Death Array of the Blood Tower. "Who are you?" Shui Yi stared at the young man in front of him and asked coldly with narrowed eyes. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled because the young man in front of him was only at the Young Sky Saint realm, but he could clearly feel the aura of a blood general from him. Young Sky Saint realm? Is the Blood Tower mobilizing so many people just because of this young man from the Young Sky Saint realm? In Eternal Blood County, many martial artists revealed strange expressions. They could sense Zhuowen's aura at a glance. The strength of the Young Sky Saint realm was indeed not bad, but it was not enough for the Blood Tower to be so cautious. It wasn't just the martial artists of Eternal Blood County, but even the other blood-robed people of the Blood Tower were puzzled. They were only following Shui Yi's orders. They originally thought that a peerless powerhouse would come, but they never imagined that it would be a mere little brat from the Young Sky Saint realm. But from the general's mansion, as Demon Shine casually sized up Zhuowen, his entire body froze. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "It's him? How is this possible?" Demon Shine couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in Bloodjade County. Not only had this person wreaked havoc in the blood-refining mansion, but he had even killed mansion master Shui Hentian. Demon Shine had a deep fear towards this person. "Have you never guessed who I am? Can't you feel the mark on my body?" Zhuowen indifferently said. At this time, Shui Yi was vigilant. He coldly said, "Blood Forest was killed by you? Was the Blood General also captured by you?" Zhuowen indifferently said, "What do you think? Now your Blood Demon clan still has a chance. If you surrender, I will only kill you, Shui Yi. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you." Shui Yi's pupils shrank, but he coldly smiled. A mere Sun Sky Saint realm cultivator dares to say such bold words. With your cultivation, how could you possibly kill Blood Forest? Blood Immortal, break this defense and kill everyone here. Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly Blood Immortal, who was covered in bone spikes and had a ferocious appearance, was released. A wild and terrifying aura burst out from Blood Immortal. "Blood General?" Shui Yi's eyes were filled with shock. He could clearly feel the familiar mark on Blood Immortal's body. It was the mark he had left on the Blood General, and the aura on Blood Immortal's body was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Blood Immortal appeared, she crazily bombarded the blood curtain. Every bombardment caused terrifying ripples to appear on the blood curtain, spreading in all directions. The bombardment was so powerful that the entire Eternal Blood County was affected. The earth shook violently, and many warriors couldn't dodge in time, causing many injuries. I'll say it again. If you surrender, I will only kill you. If you don't surrender, I will kill all of you. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said coldly. Shui Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and the 14 blood-robed men below all looked terrified. Humph! How can the blood death formation be so easy to break? Use all your strength and maximize the blood death formation's power. This person can't break it, Shui Yi said coldly. The 14 blood-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui Yi's order. They tried their best to breathe out their own blood power to maintain the blood death formation. Under the command of the blood-robed man, the 10,000 cavalrymen roared and poured out their own power. In an instant, the blood on the surface of the blood death formation became more intense. It was almost tangible and looked extremely terrifying. If that's the case, don't blame me. The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes grew thicker. Shui Yi could feel the imprint on the blood immortal's body. Zhuowen had to kill him, but since Shui Yi chose to resist, Zhuowen could not be blamed for being merciless. Chapter 1660. A terrifying ripple spread out. Shui Yi was the first to be hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. The 14 crimson-robed men were also lying on the ground, looking dispirited. So fast, the 14 crimson-robed men around the blood tower spat out blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 10,000 cavalries were even worse off. They were in a complete mess. The 14 crimson-robed men's hearts were shaken, but they calmed down. They risked their lives to use the blood death array. It was extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the young man in front of them could break it. The 14 crimson-robed men naturally didn't dare to disobey Shui Yi. They all used the secret technique, Blood Demon Descends. In an instant, 15 huge blood demon phantoms stood in the middle of the blood death array. The blood immortal's attack didn't hit. She stepped on the void with her right foot. Suddenly, blood lightning spread out from under her feet. She disappeared as if she had teleported. Die. This blood immortal is really arrogant. Looks like she wants to kill her master and regain her freedom. Today, I will teach you a lesson on how to be a good servant and subordinate. The 14 crimson-robed men were really scared. They couldn't help but look at Shui Yi at the top of the tower. Zhuowen pointed his sword at the sky. Then, he suddenly slid it down. The first Yang Dao sword rose into the sky and slashed down. Shui Yi's face froze. Then, it became extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "You are dreaming. You want me to kill myself in front of you and disperse the blood death array? Don't even think about it. Let's use Blood Demon Descends to increase the power of the blood death array to the maximum." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said indifferently, "Looks like you didn't seize your last chance. Now, you have no chance to beg for mercy." The blood immortal's speed was extremely fast. She swallowed Shui Yi in a few bites. After that, she swallowed the 14 crimson-robed men into her stomach. At the same time, Zhuowen summoned the long river blade, the violet sword, and the spirit-swallowing lava river, and attacked the blood immortal. Under the control of Zhuowen's mind, the violet sword, the long river saber, and the spirit-swallowing magma river, these 3 terrifying weapons turned into 3 terrifying rainbows and instantly arrived in front of the blood curtain. A terrifying ripple exploded. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He formed another seal with his right hand and formed another blood-colored seal. The blood immortal roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled through the void. Blood thunder continued to wreak havoc on his body. The countless martial artists in Eternal Blood County were shocked. Slash. Pucci. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use his holy body. The holy body, which was full of golden veins, stood in front of Zhuowen. It threw a punch and collided with the Blood Immortal's claw. "No, don't kill me. You must be a blood general. You and I are both from the Blood Demon clan. You can't kill me." Shui waved his hands and quickly begged Zhuowen for mercy. "Let me go. I beg you." Zhuowen's mouth was full of smiles. The stronger the Blood Immortal was, the more help she would be to him. Looking at the completely stabilized Blood Death array, Shui's mood gradually calmed down. He looked at Zhuowen and sneered in his heart. Slash! Another heaven-defying saint treasure and another heaven-defying saint weapon. With the assistance of the 15 Blood Fiend Phantoms, the power of the Blood Death array was raised to an indescribable level. The Blood Tower that should have been on the verge of collapse was now much more stable and no longer swayed. The Blood Immortal's speed was much faster than before her transformation. This series of attacks was seamless. Zhuowen did not even have the chance to form another blood-colored seal. Awua. As for the 10,000 cavalrymen, they could not withstand this terrifying ripple at all. They all exploded into a cloud of blood mist and couldn't be more dead. Unfortunately, the Blood Immortal did not give Shui any chance. Her claws suddenly tore, and Shui did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was torn in half. Then, the Blood Immortal was like a ferocious beast, eating Shui's corpse. Bang! 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 After the long river blade, an even larger river of magma rapidly spread across the sky. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. When it came into contact with the air, there was a sizzling sound of burning. Shui's eyes flickered and showed a hint of hesitation. 2 heaven-defying saint treasures, 1 heaven-defying saint weapon, and the Blood Immortal whose strength was comparable to a half-immortal. This Zhuowen was too terrifying. The Blood Immortal roared. Her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. She could clearly feel that the blood of the 15 blood demons had a fatal attraction to her. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel that after the Blood Immortal ate the 15 blood demons, her aura had expanded a lot, especially the blood thunder. It seemed to be even sharper than before. Blood Immortal, these 15 people are all yours. Zhuowen hovered in the air and said lightly, just as many warriors were in a daze. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Blood Death array. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to collapse from top to bottom. Humph! Let's see how you can break my Blood Death array. After speaking, Zhuowen flicked his finger. A dazzling sun gradually appeared behind him. In the middle of this sun, there was a long sword with cold light. This sword was the first Yang sword. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Shui. He waved his sleeve again, and a blade light swept out. As soon as the blade light appeared, a long river gushed out. It was the long river blade. Awua! Shui narrowed his eyes. He recognized the aura on the purple long sword at a glance. It was a heaven-defying saint treasure. However, he soon sneered and said, a heaven-defying saint treasure cannot break the Blood Death array. Rumble! The Blood Immortal's transformation was finally complete. The Blood Immortal suddenly raised its head and coldly stared at Zhuo when with a pair of burning eyes. Then it stepped forward, and countless bolts of blood, lightning surrounded its body. It appeared behind Zhuo when as if it had teleported. Sir, what should we do? Zhuowen took advantage of the moment when the Blood Immortal paused to escape into the void. With a burst of steps, he rushed out of the void thousands of meters away. Then, his right hand quickly formed a blood-red seal and threw it out. Zhuowen glanced sideways and immediately noticed the Blood Immortal behind him again. He pointed his right finger and 240 underworld water droplets appeared behind him. "I'll give you one more chance," Shuwen said calmly. "Commit suicide in front of me and put down the blood death array. If you do that, I can let the other blood devils go and not drag them into this." Shui roared, and the blood chi in his body erupted. Suddenly, a terrifying and huge blood demon figure appeared behind him. However, the 14 blood-robed people didn't get far. 14 blood, thunder, surged out of the blood immortal's body and quickly swept out. As soon as the 14 blood-robed people touched the blood thunder, they trembled and completely lost their aura. Shui's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He couldn't help but look at the two terrifying rivers in the sky in horror. No wonder you're the blood immortal refined by a blood demon with the ancient blood demon bloodline. You're really extraordinary. The blood immortal's claw struck out. Suddenly, the underworld water droplets shattered one by one. The blood immortal's claw seemed to be invincible. The blood mark was extremely fast. It suddenly sank into the blood immortal's forehead. Then, the blood immortal screamed in pain. However, the blood immortal endured the pain and continued to rush toward Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Many warriors stared blankly at this terrifying scene. This was only the aftermath, and it was already able to cause such terrifying destruction. If this sword were to strike the ground directly, wouldn't it cause the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light? The blood immortal's eyes were filled with hatred. The blood claw covered with bone spikes waved 3 times in the air like lightning. It actually slapped the violet sword, the long river blade, and the spirit-swallowing lava river away. Bright red blood flowed out from the wound. It made Zhuowen's face look quite ferocious. "You want to rebel?" Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to absorb the resentment. He waved his sleeve, and 220 underworld water droplets flew out. They instantly absorbed all the resentment of the 10,000 cavalrymen who had exploded into a bloody mist. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure. Crack! Awu! The impact of 3 heaven-defying Saint Treasures created a violent vibration, coupled with the blood immortal's horrifying power. The blood death formation produced an earth-shattering vibration. The blood tower inside was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom. Zhuowen's face was a little ugly. His right hand formed a seal again. He made more than 10 blood marks. In an instant, the blood immortal, who was still in the air, immediately held her head and rolled around in pain. The blood immortal's blood thunder soared into the sky. She instantly disappeared from where she was and clawed at Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and created a thunderous explosion. Immediately, Zhuowen jumped up and dodged the blood immortal's claw. However, the blood thunder created by the claw slashed across Zhuowen's cheek and created a scar that was a few inches long. Puchi, the blood immortal's voice was filled with hatred. The voice was like a resentful ghost from hell. It sounded extremely horrifying. Her claw, which carried the horrifying blood thunder, blasted at Zhuowen's back. In an instant, the blood immortal swept in front of Shui. Her claw swept out and grabbed Shui's neck. With a slash, the blood death formation began to tremble violently. With a loud bang, a huge trench appeared on the ground thousands of miles around the blood tower. The ground split into 2 halves, revealing an extremely dark abyss. After devouring, the blood immortal's blood thunder expanded. Her skeleton was covered by the blood thunder and turned into powder. Her body, which was originally 30 feet tall, had now grown to 50 feet tall. Great success, Saint Body. However, the great success Saint Body groaned and retreated. The blood immortal's body paused, but showed no signs of retreating. Chapter 16, 61. Blood immortal betrayal. The blood thunder continued to explode in the sky. The blood immortal rolled in the sky like crazy. The blood thunder exploded from her body and rushed out, making the sky look like it was filled with countless blood pythons. Spare me. The blood immortal covered her head with her claws. Her eyes were filled with blood flames as she stared at Zhuowen. She knelt in the sky and begged for mercy. Zhuowen was expressionless. His right hand kept forming seals. He had no intention of sparing the blood immortal at all. The blood immortal was a great threat. Not only was she unruly, but she would also attack her master as soon as she got stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuowen wasn't weak, the blood immortal might have succeeded. Plus, the blood immortal's series of actions had been planned for a long time. If Zhuowen didn't punish this ****, there would be endless trouble in the future. Zhuowen wanted to let the blood immortal know who her master was. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. The blood immortal's actions before were clearly plotting against you. With the blood immortal's intelligence, she couldn't have come up with such a plan. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "You mean the blood immortal's consciousness has already awakened?" "I'm afraid so." Xiao Hei nodded. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. His right hand continued to form seals. He suddenly jumped up and instantly landed in front of the blood immortal. At this moment, the blood immortal was being tortured by the blood mark. Although the blood lightning around her was terrifying, Zhuowen had the body of a great success saint body. He wasn't afraid of the blood lightning that the blood immortal emitted. Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and reached deep into the blood immortal's head. Then, he suddenly pulled out the blood immortal's mind that he placed in the blood immortal's sky spirit point. The blood immortal's mind was a terrifying sea of blood. The black flames that Xiao Hei used to cover the mind of the blood immortal all disappeared. The tiny person in the depths of the blood sea had already awakened. He was holding his head and rolling about in the blood sea as if he was in great pain. This tiny person was Blood Demon. Without the Blood Demon's sea of consciousness, the blood immortal seemed to be in a daze, without any spirituality. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. Then, he stared coldly at the blood demon's sea of consciousness. "Zhuowen, why don't you just kill me? Why do you have to torture me like this?" The blood demon raised his head, his hatred overflowing. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. "You are an important part of the blood immortal. Why would I want to kill you? However, I can't just let the matter of you betraying your master go." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and rapidly formed countless blood-colored seals, covering the blood demon's spiritual sea. Instantly, the blood demon's blood-curdling screams became even more shrill. These blood-colored seals are enough to last for 3 days and 3 nights. This is a small punishment. If you do it again, it won't be as simple as 3 days and 3 nights. I will make you suffer forever. After he finished speaking, Zhuowen also put the blood demon's sea of consciousness into the spirit ring. Then, he looked meaningfully at the eternal Blood County General's mansion. Then, he turned into a rainbow and left the eternal Blood County. This glance made Mo Guang, who was standing in the courtyard of the general's mansion, panic. He retreated, not daring to look at Zhuowen. This moujou recognized me. Mo Guang's heart was in a panic, and he couldn't help but whisper. However, when he felt Zhuowen's aura leave, he was slightly relieved. The moment Zhuowen left, the tense atmosphere in the eternal Blood County also calmed down. Many warriors let out a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts settled down. As for the blood pagoda that stood in the center of the eternal blood county, it collapsed inch by inch, completely turning into ruins. From the eternal blood county to the cold cry county, Zhuowen spent 3 days and 3 nights. When he arrived at the cold cry county, he didn't immediately look for Lei Tingqin. Instead, he sent her a message, telling her that he would leave tomorrow. Zhuowen casually found an inn and checked into a room. With a wave of his sleeve, he placed down layers upon layers of restrictions. After confirming that no one was around, he released Wei Yi from the spirit ring. "You, how dare you? I am a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, and you dare to publicly imprison me?" Wei Yi shouted out. However, just as Wei Yi's words fell, he completely stopped. This was because Zhuowen's right hand was like a knife, firmly blocking his roar, causing Wei Yi to swallow the rest of his words. "If you want to die, you can continue," Zhuowen indifferently said. Wei Yi swallowed his saliva and fell completely silent. "Now, I will ask you some questions. If you answer them well, I may let you go." Zhuowen's next sentence immediately made Wei Yi's eyes light up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Is there really a Saint Celestial Master in the Primal Chaos Temple in the Central Region?" Zhuowen asked with a burning gaze. Wei Yi's gaze was a little strange, and he said, "The Primal Chaos Temple has gathered the most powerful Arcana Masters in the Central Region. How can we not have a Saint Celestial Master? Moreover, whether it's the 9 great sacred talisman families or the 4 major battlefields, there is no Saint Celestial Master of this level. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has a Saint Celestial Master." Speaking of this, Wei Yi's eyes revealed a trace of pride. The Primal Chaos Temple was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Central Region, and as a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, he naturally felt proud. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned and said, "Aren't the 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields also a powerful force in the Central Region? They don't have a Saint Celestial Master?" Wei Yi sneered and said, "It's much more difficult for an Arcana Master to advance than a martial artist. The difficulty of advancing to a Saint Celestial Master is more than 10 times that of a Saint Celestial Master. You think it's that easy? The 9 great sacred talisman families and the 4 major battlefields may have Saint Celestial Masters, but they can't cultivate a Saint Celestial Master. Only the Primal Chaos Temple has such a level of Arcana Master." Zhuowen nodded and said, "I see. Then, do you know what I need to do if I want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help?" Wei Yi's expression froze, and then he looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze and said, "Ask a Saint Celestial Master for help? You're thinking too much. Normally, I can't even see a Saint Celestial Master. You, an outsider, want to ask a Saint Celestial Master for help. Are you dreaming? Is it very difficult?" Zhuowen frowned and said, "Of course, it's basically impossible." Wei Yi interrupted. "Is there no way at all?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Wei Yi thought for a moment and suddenly said, "There is one way. The Primal Chaos Temple has the most Arcana Masters out of all the powers in the Central Plains, and the Primal Chaos Temple places great importance on the cultivation of Arcana Masters. If you can join the Primal Chaos Temple's Arcana branch and catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master, then you can be accepted as a personal disciple. Perhaps he might help you on account of the master and disciple relationship." Zhuowen fell silent. From Wei Yi's words, he could tell that it was almost impossible to catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. Zhuowen's spiritual force talent was indeed not bad, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that his spiritual force talent would catch the attention of a Saint Celestial Master. "It seems like I have to think of another way, but for now, I'll enter the Primal Chaos Temple first. As for Chen Shui, I'll definitely ask the Saint Celestial Master of the Primal Chaos Temple to help her at all costs. Zhuowen said in his heart as he clenched his fists. Wei Yi looked at Zhuowen with some fear and said, "Now that I've answered you, can you let me go?" "Yes, but you need to remove all your memories of me. Then I'll let you go," Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Yi's pupils shrunk. However, under Zhuowen's cold gaze, he finally gave in. The sword finger of his right hand pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Soon after, he roared in pain and suddenly stripped the memories related to Zhuowen from his sea of consciousness. It turned into a cluster of light, and he directly fainted due to the intense pain. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and grabbed the ball of light. He examined it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it, so he crushed it. After doing all that, he left Wei Yi in the room while he booked another room in the inn. He quietly waited for the arrival of the next day. The next day, after Wei Yi woke up, he left the inn in a daze. Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. He then stood up and left the inn. On the white jade disc, Lei Tingqin stood quietly with Shui Hui and the other three. Seeing Zhuowen approach, Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles. Behind Lei Tingqin and the other four was a huge primal chaos shuttle. "Young Master Zhuowen, you've made me wait for a long time. You've finally come today." Lei Tingqin glanced at Zhuowen in a slightly reproachful manner. Zhuowen laughed and said, "I had some important matters to attend to, so I did delay quite a bit of time. Please don't take offense, Miss Lei." Lei Tingqin pursed her lips and smiled. "I've already removed the seal outside the Primal Chaos shuttle. It can be used by us now. Let's go in together." With that, Lei Tingqin waved her sleeve. The cabin of the Primal Chaos shuttle opened, and the group walked in. Zhuowen followed closely behind. After the group entered the Primal Chaos shuttle, a long tail of smoke spurted out from its tail. With a whoosh, it leaped into the sky and left under the envious gazes of countless cultivators in Hanming County. The Primal Chaos shuttle was extremely fast. Zhuowen sat in the corner of the cabin and glanced out the window. He discovered that the scenery outside was a pitch-black tunnel. He knew that the Primal Chaos shuttle had entered a spatial collapse. Without a doubt, the Primal Chaos shuttle's speed was much faster than the laws of the void that he used. Most importantly, the Primal Chaos shuttle was an inanimate object. It would not feel tired. As long as it was provided with enough spiritual stones, it could maintain its speed. Using this time, Zhuowen planned to sink his mind into the Azure Dragon Hall and begin to seriously refine the 9th Yang Dao sword. Lei Tingqin and the others sat at the very front. Lei Tingqin silently controlled the Primal Chaos shuttle. Shui Hui and the others behind her whispered to each other. At the same time, they would occasionally look at Zhuowen. Chapter 1662. Old friends, the Primal Chaos shuttle was indeed fast. In just 2 months, it had arrived above the Green Lotus Mansion. Lei Tingqin turned her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhuowen behind her. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhuo, the Green Lotus Mansion is below." Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for seeing me off, Miss Lei." As he spoke, Zhuowen stood up. However, he realized that Lei Tingqin did not land the Primal Chaos shuttle. He looked puzzled. "Young Master Zhuo, the Wind Thunder Mansion is near the Green Lotus Mansion. Most of the credit for obtaining the Primal Chaos shuttle goes to you. Why don't you come to the Wind Thunder Mansion for a while? You can send me off. When you leave, you can take the Primal Chaos shuttle with you." Lei Tingqin pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He looked a little hesitant. Young Master Zhua, you don't have to worry. We are now in the same boat. I have no intention of harming you. Lei Tingqin continued. The coldness in Zhua Wen's eyes intensified when he heard those words. Lei Tingqin's words carried a trace of threat. However, it was indeed as Lei Tingqin had said. Jiang Binhen's death this time was related to Lei Tingqin. Since Miss Lei has invited me, I can't refuse. Let's go together. Zhuowen said with a smile. Lei Tingqin nodded and immediately controlled the Primal Chaos shuttle. It flew over the Green Lotus Mansion and headed towards the Wind Thunder Mansion. Zhuowen sat quietly in the back. Originally, he was a little happy. This happiness came from the fact that the 9th Yangdao sword in the Azure Dragon Hall had finally been completely refined. 2 months was equivalent to 60 years in the Azure Dragon Hall. This was an extremely long period of time. During these 60 years, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique had been sitting cross-legged on the 18th mountain to refine the 9th Yangdao sword. At this moment, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique in the 18th mountain of the Azure Dragon Hall slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, a terrifying golden sun slowly floated. The golden light shone dazzlingly. The entire third heaven was dyed golden. The 19 mountains standing between the heavens and earth became golden mountains. The boundless sea between the heavens and earth created countless huge waves that soared into the sky. The 9th Yangdao sword has finally been successfully refined. Its power is truly terrifying. The doppelganger of the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the doppelganger, the Saint Physique, the doppelganger. The doppelganger is doppelganger body, Saint Physique, Saint doppelganger doppelganger. The complete holy body shares the same consciousness as the main body. I can send the complete holy body into the 4th forbidden area of the 19th mountain to comprehend the 9th law. After all, if I can truly comprehend the 10th law, then I will be able to touch the will of the way. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. With a thought, the doppelganger of the Saint Physique, who was standing on the 18th mountain, followed Zhuowen's instructions and rushed toward the 19th mountain like a gust of wind. With the doppelganger's current strength, it would not be too difficult to enter the 4th forbidden area. Zhuowen still had some confidence in him. The Chaos Shuttle only took 2 days to travel from the Green Lotus Mansion to the Wind Thunder Mansion. The Wind Thunder Mansion was a mansion under the jurisdiction of the Wind Thunder family, one of the 9 Saint Talisman families. Its area was much larger than the Blood Refining Mansion, and the number of powerhouses there was also much more than the other mansions. Miss Lei, can you stop? I have some matters to attend to. Not long after entering the Wind Thunder Mansion, Zhuowen suddenly exclaimed softly. Lei Tingqin was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she said, "What matters do you have to attend to? Is it urgent? You need Tingqin's help?" Zhuowen shook his head slightly and said, "I just sensed a trace of an old friend's aura nearby, so I want to go down and take a look. Miss Lei, you don't have to join in the fun." Lei Tingqin revealed a look of understanding. She looked through the cabin at the region outside and said, "This is the Thunder Rush County, which is in the southeast of the Wind Thunder Mansion. It's quite far from the Wind Thunder family. Young Master Zhua, you are unfamiliar with our Wind Thunder Manor. You should keep this map for now. There are extremely detailed records of our Wind Thunder Manor in it. Also, this token is my waist token. If young Master Zhua wants to enter the Wind Thunder Manor, you will be able to enter unimpeded with this waist token." Since Zhuowen had matters to attend to, Lei Tingqin could not stop him. She waved her sleeve and handed a waist token and a jade token to Zhuowen. Zhuowen cupped his fist and opened the cabin door. He jumped out and left the Chaos Shuttle. "Miss, Are we letting him go just like that? Shui Hui asked with some hesitation. Don't worry. Mr. Zhuo is not someone who goes back on his word. Moreover, this chaos shuttle is a rare treasure for a wandering cultivator like him. He will not let go of such a treasure. Lei Tingqin was full of confidence. Not long after Zhuowen left, she waved her hand and closed the cabin door. She then drove the chaos shuttle away. This is the aura of the laws of hell. This law is very special. Very few people can grasp it. Among the people I know, only Yang Yen, who participated in the Nine Nether Conference, can do it. Zhuowen muttered softly. Soon after, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. To be able to meet an old friend in a foreign land, Zhuowen was quite touched. He naturally wanted to check it out. Thousands of miles away from Zhuowen, 4 figures shot past like 4 streaks of light. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that 3 of the 4 were chasing after the one in front. The young man who was escaping in front was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure. However, his white robe had long been dyed red by blood. The young man's injuries were extremely serious. His face was pale and bloodless. However, his eyes were extremely determined as he dodged the pursuit of the 3 people behind him. Among the 3 people behind him, one of them was a young man with an arrogant face. Another was a young girl in an emerald green dress with some purple hair. The last one was an old man who was over 60 years old. This person's willpower is extremely firm. Once my soul-severing 6-horned bug enters his body, it will be extremely painful. However, this person actually endured this pain and fled with all his might. How interesting. The young man slowly followed behind and commented, We've been chasing him for 5 days. This guy was already seriously injured, but he was still able to run for 5 days and 5 nights. He's indeed the best toy I've ever seen in my life. The girl behind the young man giggled. The young man patted the girl's head dotingly and said, Shwa, if you want to play with this toy for a while longer, I'll help you capture him and cripple his cultivation so that you can have fun with him. How about that? The young girl stuck out her tongue and shook her head. No need. Although this toy is interesting, it is not enough for me to collect. Let's continue to play for a few more days and then kill him. The young girl's expression looked harmless, but the words she said made people feel disgusted. However, the young man and the old man were not surprised. Ha! Since Shue are said to play for a few more days, then let's play for a few more days. See for yourself the power of your brother's soul-severing bug. The young man smiled slightly. Immediately, the sword finger on his right hand pointed forward. Immediately, the young man, who was originally fleeing in front, let out a painful roar. Many wiggling bumps appeared on the surface of his skin. These bumps headed straight for his right hand. The bumps on the young man's right hand increased. In the end, his right hand was almost unrecognizable. It was almost dozens of times swollen and looked extremely uncoordinated. Pucci, the swollen right arm suddenly burst open. Blood splattered everywhere, and a dense number of bugs flew out from it. The bugs were helmet-shaped, and a skull pattern appeared on their backs. It was quite strange. The countless bugs that flew out buzzed and flapped their wings. Immediately, they drilled into the wound on the young man's broken arm and entered his body. Pucci, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of despair, but he still did not stop and was still desperately running away. He knew that with the strength of the 3 people behind him, it would be easy for them to catch up with him. The reason why they did not chase after him was probably just to play with him. It was like a cat catching a mouse. When a cat caught a mouse, it would not immediately kill it and eat it. Instead, It would play with the mouse time and time again, causing the mouse to constantly flee in fear. The cat would follow behind it time and time again. Once the mouse was exhausted, or the cat got tired of playing with it, it would kill the mouse. I, Yang Yen, have always been cautious and diligent in my cultivation ever since I entered the Central Plains. I never imagined that I would encounter such a situation for no reason. These three people simply do not care about human lives. In their eyes, cultivators with lower cultivation than them are all their playthings. This person was Yang Yen. However, at this moment, the corners of his mouth were filled with hatred. His face was filled with the desire to die, and his eyes were overflowing with hatred. He, Yang Yen, had never offended these three people. They had actually treated him like a toy for no reason. The hatred in his heart was so intense that it could reach the heavens. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Suddenly, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in Yang Yan's eyes. He knew that if he continued to run, he would only fulfill the wishes of the three people behind him. Since he would die either way, he would die with dignity. Hell. With a deep breath, the law of hell began to emerge from Yang Yan's body. Then, from the first layer to the 18th layer of hell, they all collapsed under Yang Yan's control. The collapse of the 18th layer of hell produced a power that was immediately compressed into a wisp of black light. This wisp of black light fell into Yang Yan's left hand. Die! Yang Yan roared angrily. With a flick of his left hand, the black light suddenly swept towards the young girl at an extremely fast speed. The young girl sneered. With a squeeze of her lily-white hand, dark green saint energy immediately swept out from her body and transformed into a ferocious claw. Chapter 1663. Su Clan, the young girl exclaimed. She was at a loss for what to do as she stood rooted to the ground. In her opinion, Yang Yen was already heavily injured. Even if he risked his life to unleash an attack, it would not be that strong. Therefore, the young girl did not care at all. However, it was because of her carelessness that the defense she had unleashed was not very strong. Now that the defense she had set up was broken, she was instantly at a loss for what to do. Humph! A cold snort was heard. The old man who had been silent all this time waved his sleeve, and a palm-sized whirlwind swept out, blocking the terrifying black light. The old man made a grabbing motion with his right hand, grabbed the black light, and crushed it with his hand. A Saint Stage powerhouse. Ha! Looks like I have no hope of resisting. The corners of Yang Yan's mouth were filled with bitterness. No wonder this young man and young woman were so fearless. It turned out that the old man beside the two of them was actually such a strong expert. He knew that it was impossible for him to risk his life to exchange for any of the three people, and he had already reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The Central Plains is very exciting, but it's also very dangerous. Yang Yen sighed. The desire for death in his eyes grew even stronger. Back then, he had entered the Central Plains with high fighting spirit, but now he had fallen to such a state. He knew that it was not that he could not adapt to the Central Plains, but that the laws of the Central Plains were crueler than the four major regions. Cousin, kill him. The young girl regained her senses. She immediately felt a lingering fear in her heart. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with brutality as she said to the young man, "How dare you hurt Shua? I think you're courting death." The young man's eyes were dark. He waved his sleeve, and a long saber instantly appeared in his hand. Die! The young man waved his right hand, and the long saber immediately left his hand. It whistled through the air as it shot toward Yang Yan's back. Yang Yan's mouth was filled with bitterness when he felt the violent whistling behind him. He knew very well that he would not be able to withstand this attack. I'm going to be free. Yang Yan muttered softly. However, there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He had worked so hard to cultivate to this level, but now he was going to die here. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. Ding! However, just as the long-handled saber was about to reach Yang Yan's back, a Yellow Springs water droplet shot over and pressed against the surface of the long-handled saber. Then, the long-handled saber shattered. What? The young man's pupils shrank, and he could not help but cry out in alarm. Yang Yan, on the other hand, revealed a look of hope. Whoosh! A figure slowly walked over from the distance. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality, every step he took covered several thousand meters. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Yang Yan in an instant. You are Zhuowen? Yang Yan's pupils shrank as he involuntarily asked. It really is Brother Yang Yan. Zhuowen glanced at Yang Yan, but his pupils quickly shrank as a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder. The Yellow Springs water droplets flowed down Yang Yan's shoulder and entered his body. As the Yellow Springs water droplet entered his body, Yang Yan's skin began to wriggle like crazy. It was as if many small creatures were rapidly crawling through his skin. On the other hand, Yang Yan's face was contorted in pain. Countless beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. However, as time passed, the pain on Yang Yan's face gradually subsided. On the other hand, the young man's face turned ugly because he discovered that the 6-horned soul-severing worms that he had released into Yang Yan's body had all been annihilated. How did he do it? The young man's face turned ugly, but his heart was thumping wildly. The 6-horned soul-severing worms had strong survivability. Once they entered a cultivator's body, they would spread rapidly throughout the entire body. It was basically very difficult to expel them. 80% of Yang Yan's body had been corroded by the 6-horned soul-severing worms. Even as his master, it would take a lot of effort to expel the 6-horned soul-severing worms. However, the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him had completely annihilated all the 6-horned soul-severing worms that had spread throughout Yang Yan's body. This completely shocked the young man. Moreover, the young man discovered that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of the indifferent young man who had suddenly appeared. This caused his heart to skip a beat, and he looked at the old man beside him. "Young master, I'm unable to see through this person's aura either. If he doesn't possess an extremely powerful concealment technique, then his cultivation is higher than mine," the old man said cautiously. The young man's face turned stern when he heard that. His eyes flickered, but he suddenly clasped his hands towards Zhuowen, who had suddenly appeared, and said, "Brother, I'm Su Huan from the Su family. This is my cousin, Su Shui, and he's the caretaker of the Su family, Su Lei. The three of us didn't know this person was related to you. Please forgive us if we've offended you before." If the people of the Wind Thunder Manor heard Su Huan's introduction, they would definitely be shocked because the Su family was renowned in the Wind Thunder Manor. They were the #1 subordinate clan of the Wind Thunder Manor. Due to the Wind Thunder Manor's backing, the Su family could be considered as one of the top forces in the Wind Thunder Manor. Su Huan was very smart. He knew that even Su Lei was unable to see through the young man before him. Moreover, the young man had easily gotten rid of the soul-severing 6-horned beetle. He was afraid that the young man was not simple. Therefore, he immediately revealed his identity and humbled himself. Usually when he did this, he would be able to gain the other party's favor. At that time, with his means, he would be able to turn a big matter into a small matter and a small matter into nothing. "Cousin, why are you so humble to this person? Since this person is this bastard's friend, let's kill them together." Moreover, this person seems to be quite strong. Why don't we make him my new toy? Su Huan's action immediately caused Su Shui to be displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and spoke in a rather unruly manner. "Shut up." Su Huan's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but shout angrily. However, Su Huan's expression changed drastically very soon because the indifferent young man had appeared behind Su Shui without her noticing. "When did he appear behind us?" Su Huan's pupils constricted slightly as a trace of fear emerged in his heart. Even the old man beside him seemed as if he had seen a ghost. Zhuowen's appearance earlier was too strange. He actually did not notice how the young man had appeared in the slightest. Su Shui naturally saw the expressions of Su Huan and the old man. Her beautiful eyes instantly revealed a trace of astonishment, but very soon a hand suddenly grabbed her neck. "Let her go!" Su Huan and Su Lei shouted at the same time and rushed towards Su Shui. However, Zhuowen sneered and swiftly escaped into the void, disappearing on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing beside Yang Yan. "I never expected that I would meet an old friend again in such a manner. Brother Yang Yan, the life force in your body." Zhuowen pinched Su Shui, but his gaze was sorrowful as he looked at Yang Yan beside him. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was indeed terrifying. Not only could it devour the body, it could even erode the soul. 80% of Yang Yan's body was filled with the soul-severing six-horned beetle. His internal organs were already empty, and even his dantian had been gnawed until it was broken. That was not all. The soul in Yang Yan's sea of consciousness had actually become broken along with his body. The soul-severing six-horned beetle was extremely strange. It could actually use the body of a living being as a medium to erode the soul step by step. This was the first time Zhuowen had seen such a strange insect in his life. If only Yang Yan's body was gnawed and his dantian was damaged, he would not die. At most, he would become a cripple who had lost all his cultivation. However, Yang Yan's soul had also been gnawed and suffered heavy injuries. His soul had already begun to disperse. The reason why Yang Yan was able to hold on until now was entirely because of his powerful will. The corner of Yang Yan's mouth was filled with a bitter smile. He looked at Su Shui, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhuo, help me kill them. This time, I'm begging you." Zhuowen was stunned. Looking at Yang Yan, whose eyes were filled with death and hatred, he sighed softly. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Yan for a long time, he could feel that Yang Yan was a person who would not easily beg others. Now, he was begging him to kill the 3 people in front of him. It could be seen how strong his hatred for these 3 people was. "You're going against the heavens. Do you know who I am? I'm a direct descendant of the Su family. If you dare to kill me, my Su family will exterminate your entire family." Although Su Shui was panicking in her heart when she thought of the powerful background of the Su family, she immediately became much more confident. She could not help but speak arrogantly to Zhuowen. In the past, Su Shui often caused trouble and killed people. It was not like this had never happened before. However, after she announced the name of the Su family, those people basically did not dare to kill her. "Su family? I don't know them." Zhuowen completely ignored Su Shui. With the point of his right hand, a drop of yellow spring water flew out and instantly drilled into Su Shui's glabella. Su Shui, who was dancing with joy, suddenly froze on the spot. Her whole body twitched, white foam came out of her mouth, and her eyes rolled back. "You should be the mastermind behind the assassination of Brother Yang Yan. I won't let you die so quickly. I'll let you experience the pain of thousands of arrows piercing your heart." As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, Su Shui began to convulse violently. She let out a painful wail that sounded like a ghost's cry and a wolf's howl. Zhuo Wen deliberately controlled the Yellow Springs water droplet to slowly absorb this woman's essence. Let go of Shui. Do you want to die? If you kill her, the Su family, and you will be irreconcilable. The young man's expression changed slightly. I said, I don't know the Su family. I only know that you hurt my old friend, so you deserve to die. Zhuo indifferently spat out these words. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood immortal was instantly summoned by him. Master, what did you call me for? As soon as the blood immortal came out, she looked at Zhuo ingratiatingly. At first, the blood immortal was very unruly. However, during the 2 months that Zhuo stayed in the Primal Chaos Shuttle, Zhuo repeatedly used the blood imprint to teach the blood immortal a lesson. The blood immortal was really scared of the blood immortal. Now, whenever the blood immortal saw Zhuo, his heart would tremble. He was afraid that Zhuo would use the blood imprint to teach him a lesson. Kill those two, Zhuo indifferently ordered. A pure, profound saint realm and a heavenly saint realm trash. Master, don't worry. I'll kill these two trash with one move. The blood immortal laughed and immediately took a step forward. Along with the terrifying blood thunder, she instantly arrived in front of the young man and the old man. Master, quickly leave. This monster's aura is too strong. It's comparable to a half-immortal. We're no match for it. Chapter 1664. Law sacrifice, go? Go where? The blood immortal sneered and waved her right claw. Suddenly, blood lightning rolled and turned into a prison made of blood lightning, trapping Su Huan and Su Lei inside. Su Lei roared angrily. He took out scrolls and unfurled them around his body to defend against the terrifying blood lightning. Yo, it's a heaven-defying saint treasure. Although it's powerful, I'm more powerful. Break for me. The blood immortal let out a mischievous laugh. She clenched her right hand, and the prison formed by the blood thunder suddenly shrank. Wherever the blood thunder went, space began to collapse inch by inch. Crack! Instantly, cracks appeared on the surface of the scroll. A heaven-defying saint treasure cracked. What kind of monster is this? Su Huan was shocked, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was full of regret. Why did he have to make friends with such a ruthless person? Sizzle! Sizzle! The blood immortal sneered. Suddenly, the scroll collapsed. Su Huan and Su Lei didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes by the power of the blood lightning. Seeing this, Yang Yan's mouth was slightly open. His eyes were full of complicated feelings. At that moment, he couldn't see through Zhuo Wen at all. The aura of the blood immortal that Zhuo Wen had released was as terrifying as that of a god. Yang Yan knew that the young man who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference in the Eastern Land had reached a height that he couldn't reach on the bigger stage of the Central Land. Back then, Yang Yan was the first to enter the Central Land through the 9 Underworld Great Formation. At that time, he was ambitious and thought that he could shine even brighter on the bigger stage of the Central Land. He even thought that he could surpass Zhuo Wen, who won first place in the 9 Underworld Conference. But now, his situation made him feel bitter. He didn't have much time left to live. Compared to Zhuo Wen, he was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Shui, who was in endless pain, saw the dead Su Lei and Su Huan. Her eyes were full of despair. In the end, she screamed and turned into a dried corpse. 12 drops of yellow spring flew out from her body. 12 drops of yellow springs. Just how heavy is Su Shui's sin? She actually produced so many yellow springs water droplets. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve and collected the 12 yellow springs water droplets. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was the first time he had collected so many Yellow Springs water droplets from a single person. Master, these are the spiritual rings of those two people. After killing Su Lei and Su Huan, the blood immortal came to Zhuowen with the two spiritual rings in her hands. She showed a fawning expression. Well done. Enter the spirit ring. Zhuowen took the spirit ring and nodded with satisfaction. After the blood demon's sea of consciousness had awakened, the blood immortal's intelligence had increased a lot. In addition, she had been taught a lesson by Zhuowen for a long time, which had left a deep impression on her. Her arrogance had long disappeared. Now, she was even more careful when facing Zhuowen. Of course, in order to not leave any hidden dangers, Zhuowen had already erased all of the blood demon's memories. Now, although the blood immortal's intelligence had increased, she didn't know that she used to be the blood demon. She only knew that she was the blood immortal now. Mistress, I have done so many things for you. You should not put me in the spiritual ring. You can put me in the Black Dragon Palace or outside. I am bored to death in the spiritual ring. I know Mistress is the best. The blood immortal laughed. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He stared at the blood immortal coldly, without saying anything. His stare made the blood immortal's heart beat wildly. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Master is wise. It is safer in the spirit ring. Master is completely thinking for me. I am so grateful. Master, please put me in the spirit ring. Zhuowen did not say anything. He waved his sleeve and immediately put the blood immortal into the spirit ring. Ever since Zhuowen erased all of the memories of the blood demon's sea of consciousness, this blood demon's sea of consciousness had formed a different intelligence. This intelligence bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was like a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate others. Zhuowen did not like the current blood immortal. However, there was nothing he could do. The blood immortal was one of his trump cards. He could not erase the blood immortal's intelligence. That would only weaken the blood immortal's power. After dealing with the blood immortal, Zhuowen looked at Yang Yen beside him. He sighed and said, Brother Yang, Yang Yen smiled sadly and said, Brother Zhuo, I know my own situation very well. I am afraid that I will not live for long. However, I am satisfied that I can get my revenge before I die. As he spoke, Yang Yen bowed to Zhuowen and said sincerely, Brother Zhuo, I am unable to repay your kindness. However, before I die, I can give the best thing I have to Brother Zhuo. As he spoke, Yang Yen pointed with his right hand. Immediately, a power of law appeared around him. This power of law became more and more terrifying. In the end, it formed 18 layers of hell around him. Law sacrifice! Yang Yen shouted. Suddenly, the 18 layers of hell shrank and turned into a black light. This black light floated on his fingertip. Brother Zhuo, please accept this law of hell. This is the only contribution I can make before I die. Yang Yen panted. The death intent in his eyes became more intense. Law sacrifice. Zhuowen's eyes focused. He naturally knew about law sacrifice. This was a secret method that warriors used to separate their own understanding of the law and give it to another person. It was a method of benefiting others at the expense of oneself. Basically, every saint who had grasped a law knew this secret method, but no one was willing to use it. This was because once the secret method was used, the saint chi of the caster would rapidly drain away, and they would become a cripple in the end. The price was just too great. Yang Yen probably felt that he would not live for long, and Zhuowen had helped him get his revenge, so he chose to use the law sacrifice. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yen seriously. He knew that this was Yang Yan's last wish, so he accepted it very carefully. He said, Brother Yang, do you have any other wishes? Wishes? I hope that Su Qian can be happy. Actually, the three of them are from the Sioux family of the Wind and Thunder Manor. The reason why they came after me was because of Su Qian. When he spoke until this point, Yang Yen laughed at himself. Immediately, he took out a jade hairpin from his bosom and handed it to Zhuowen. He said, I had originally intended to give this jade hairpin to Su Qian. However, it is impossible for me now. If Brother Zhua has the opportunity to visit the Su family in the future, can you pass this jade hairpin to Su Qian? I will. Zhuowen put away the jade hairpin. He knew that something must have happened to Yang Yan, and this story was related to Su Qian and the Su family. After receiving an affirmative answer from Zhuowen, Yang Yan smiled and said softly, Brother Zhua, I know that you have a good relationship with Lu Hantian. I once saw Lu Hantian and Wu Dai in the Su family. If you really go to the Su family, you may be able to meet Lu Hantian and Wu Dai. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he immediately nodded. Many thanks for telling me, Brother Yang. I just happened to know about it. There's no reason for me not to tell you. Speaking of this, Yang Yan suddenly looked at the sky and smiled. The sun is setting. Zhuowen followed Yang Yan's gaze and also looked at the red sun that was slowly setting, but he did not say anything. When he turned around, Yang Yan had already closed his eyes and his vitality had been cut off. Brother Yang, rest in peace. Zhuowen sighed softly and waved his sleeve. A flame swept out and burned Yang Yan's body. At the same time, Zhuowen took out a jade jar and put Yang Yan's ashes into it. He muttered to himself, Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Brother Yang, I will take your ashes and bury them in the eastern earth in the future. After he put away Yang Yan's urn, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished from this place. The most prominent symbol of the prophet family in the north was a huge sacrificial tower that stood in the central area of the former magistrate's mansion. This sacrificial tower looked simple and unadorned on the surface, but no one knew that this sacrificial tower contained the most precious thing of the prophet family, the divination holy talisman. The prophetic saint talisman possessed by the prophet's family was not incomplete. It was a complete saint talisman. However, the tragedy was that the prophetic saint talisman was the most mysterious saint talisman among the 9 great saint talismans. It also had the strictest requirements for its controller. Therefore, although the prophet family owned the complete divination holy talisman, the tragedy was that they couldn't use the true power of the complete divination holy talisman. Fortunately, the current generation of the prophet family had produced a brilliant Yen Tianwei. Although Yen Tianwei was blind, her heart was exquisite. Although her martial talent was low, she was able to communicate with the divination holy talisman's origin power and use a part of its power. It was because Yen Tianwei could communicate with the divination holy talisman that she had a high status in the prophet family and was known as the goddess. Her fame was not only in the prophet family, but also spread across the entire Central Earth. On this day, a rainbow instantly swept to the prophet family's territory and stopped in front of the sacrificial tower. The leader was dressed in a purple robe with fluttering hair and a powerful aura. The current patriarch of the Icefire clan, Jiang Zhuome, has personally come to seek an audience with the goddess. I hope that the prophet family can make an exception. Jiang Zhuome's voice was clear and melodious. Behind him, there were 2 rows of guards. Each row was dressed in a red robe and carried a red gift box on their shoulders. Although warriors now had a spirit ring that could store many things, Jiang Zhuome didn't put the gift in a spirit ring this time. Instead, he came to the prophet family with such a grand ceremony. It could be seen that his sincerity was deliberately done by Jiang Zhuome. The sacrificial tower was huge, but there was no change in the sacrificial tower when Jiang Zuomei's voice sounded. There was no one around. Jiang Zuomei didn't find it strange. He quietly floated in the air and stared at the sacrificial tower in front of him. After about half an hour, the door at the bottom of the sacrificial tower suddenly opened. Two maids dressed in long robes, each holding a lantern, bowed respectfully to Jiang Zuomei and said, "The goddess has ordered for Patriarch Jiang to come in." Jiang Zuomei's eyes were shining. He nodded and entered the sacrificial tower with many guards behind him. The others stay at the bottom of the tower. "Patriarch Jiang, follow me to the sacrificial tower." The two maids said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei naturally didn't dare to object. He gave some instructions to the guards behind him and followed the two maids. The stairs inside the sacrificial tower were very long. There was a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Jiang Zuomei smelled the fragrance and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of a certain rumor. However, he didn't dare to think too much about it. Finally, the two maids stopped. Jiang Zuomei realized that he had unknowingly followed the two maids to a large hall. Chapter 1665. Fenglai Clan Jiang Zuomei's gaze was first attracted by the altar. There was a constantly rotating talisman floating above the altar. The talisman was gray and had a strange pattern drawn on it. Strands of strange power radiated from the talisman. However, the talisman was currently wrapped in a gray flame. The flame was like a shackle that firmly locked the talisman at the top of the altar, preventing it from moving forward. Jiang Zuomei knew that the talisman was the foundation of the prophet clan, the Divination Saint Talisman. After glancing at the Divination Saint Talisman, Jiang Zuomei's gaze fell on the petite figure kneeling on the praying mat. She clasped her hands together and said politely, "Jiang Zuomei is here to see the goddess. I hope that the goddess can help me with something." Yen Tianwei quietly knelt on the praying mat and did not move. She said softly, "Patriarch Jiang, are you here for Jiang Binhan?" Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yen Tianwei was silent for a moment. Then she extended her jade-like finger and slowly drew a circle in the air. Next, she pointed her right hand at the center of the circle. Immediately, traces of ripples appeared in the circle. Then, one image after another appeared. The truth that Patriarch Jiang wants to know is in these images. Take a look. After Yen Tianwei finished speaking, she pointed with her right finger. The circle that appeared in the image immediately swept out and appeared before Jiang Zuomei. The image in the circle instantly switched to the white jade disk of Hanming County. In the image, Feng Lao and Xue Lin landed on the white jade disk. Feng Lao was holding Jiang Binhan's corpse and staring at Zhuo Wen and Lei Tingqin in front of him with resentment. There was no sound in the image, but one could basically understand the situation just by looking at the various events that happened in the image. When Zhuo and Lei Tingqin cooperated to kill Feng Lao and Xue Lin in the image, Jiang Zuomei's face immediately darkened. His gaze was extremely ugly. Lei Tingqin of the Fenglai clan's lightning lineage. Also, that young man looks unfamiliar. Who is he? Jiang Zuomei asked Yen Tianwei with an extremely gloomy expression. This person's name is Zhuo, and he comes from the 4 great regions. This time, young Master Jiang secretly went to the Blood Refinement Mansion from the Icefire clan for this person, Yen Tianwei said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei frowned slightly. Of course, he knew that Jiang Binhan had sneaked out, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, Jiang Binhan had the ice and fire split talisman, so he wasn't worried about his safety. However, this time, Jiang Binhan did not return. Jiang Zuomei did not expect that Jiang Binhan had another purpose for going out. This person only came from the four great regions. Why would Han go to the blood refinement mansion for him? Why is that? Jiang Zuomei asked in puzzlement. Yan Tianwei slowly turned around and raised her head to stare at Jiang Zuomei. Although her eyes were closed due to her blindness, Jiang Zuomei had the illusion that she was being stared at by a pair of bright eyes. Because this person has the origin of the Ice and Fire Saint talisman that the Ice Fire clan has been looking for. Therefore, young Master Jiang is in a hurry to go to the Blood Refinement Mansion. His purpose is to take away the origin of the Ice Fire Saint talisman from this person and use it as an important bargaining chip to inherit the family head position. Yan Tianwei's voice was very calm, but her words were like countless bombs exploding in Jiang Zuomei's mind, causing his hands to tremble violently. Sacred Lady, what you said, is it true? Jiang Zuomei's entire body stiffened. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his whole body trembled. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Yan Tianwei nodded calmly and said, "This is the result of divination. If family head Jiang has any objections, you can choose not to believe it." Jiang Zuomei's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "Who in the central region doesn't know that the Sacred Lady's divination ability comes from the divination saint talisman? How can I not believe it? But I have one more question. You want to know where Zhuowen is, right?" Yan Tianwei slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said he should be in the Wind and Thunder Mansion now. Jiang Zuomei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Sacred Lady." "Yes. However, I would like to remind family head Jiang that although this matter is related to Lei Tingqin of the Wind and Thunder family, I think the mastermind should be Zhuowen. After all, Lei Tingqin is the successor of the thunder lineage of the Wind and Thunder family. She must be someone who prioritizes the overall situation. She would never do such a reckless thing," Yan Tianwei advised. Jiang Zuomei didn't answer, but he sneered in his heart. Yan Tianwei's words sounded like persuasion, so he naturally didn't believe them. In his opinion, Jiang Binhan, who possessed the Ice and Fire clone talisman, could not be killed by Zhuowen of the four great regions. However, Jiang Binhan was dead, so the mastermind must be Lei Tingqin. Moreover, he believed that Lei Tingqin must have the help of the experts of the Wind and Thunder family. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill Jiang Binhan. Lei Tingqin, the Wind and Thunder family, and Zhuowen. These people are too arrogant. If I, Jiang Zuomei, don't ask them for an explanation, others will think that my Ice and Fire family is afraid of the Wind and Thunder family. Jiang Zuomei's heart was filled with thoughts. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he bid farewell to Yan Tianwei and hurriedly left the sacrificial tower. The Sacred Lady is indeed worthy of being called the Sacred Lady. Her words have led Jiang Zuomei to point his spear at the Wind and Thunder family. I'm afraid Jiang Zuomei really intends to go back and prepare to attack the Wind and Thunder family. In a dark corner of the hall, a black figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a ghost mask, and his voice carried a trace of evil. "It won't be that easy. Jiang Zuomei may be impulsive, but the ancestor of the Ice and Fire family, Jiang Binhan, won't be. That old man is very shrewd." Yan Tianwei said indifferently. The man with the ghost mask stopped and said with a frown, "In other words, the two families won't fight." Of course. Although Jiang Binhan is the young master of the Ice and Fire family, he's not the only candidate. The Ice and Fire family will not fight with the Wind and Thunder family for him. Yan Tianwei said, "Looking at you, you should have a plan, right?" The man with the ghost mask said confidently. Yen Tianwei slowly stood up and said, if the two clans really want to fight, they need a fuse. And this fuse is that Zhuowen, the variable that I mentioned. Why him? The man with the ghost mask asked. Perhaps you only know that he has the Ice and Fire Saint talisman. But do you know that he has another kind of saint talisman besides the Ice and Fire Saint talisman? Yen Tianwei said. What kind of saint talisman? The man with the ghost mask asked solemnly. The Wind and Thunder family is divided into two factions. One is the Wind branch, and the other is the Thunder branch. But a long time ago, there were no two factions. Since the Wind and Thunder family lost the key part of the Thunder branch saint talisman, the two factions have been divided, and the key part of the Thunder branch saint talisman is on Zhuowen. What do you think will happen if the Wind and Thunder family knows that Zhuowen has it? Yen Tianwei turned his head and looked at the man with the ghost mask. The corner of his mouth curled up like a crescent moon. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the man with the ghost mask. He murmured, this person has something that both the Ice and Thunder family want. It's very likely that the two families will fight over him. Yes, but although the fuse is important, the timing is even more important. The Ice and Fire family already knows that Zhuowen has a shred of the Ice and Fire Saint talisman, but the Wind and Thunder family doesn't. However, Zhuowen is in the territory of the Wind and Thunder Manor. I think you know better than me what to do next, Yen Tianwei said indifferently. Of course. The ghost-masked person parted his mouth and smiled. Immediately, he slowly floated to the back in a ghost-like manner. Finally, he disappeared from the hall. Yen Tianwei sighed softly and murmured, I've been planning for so many years. I hope that thing can really help me break free from this crippled body that can't cultivate. I've already grown tired of this mortal body that has no talent for martial arts. Moreover, the lifespan of a mortal body is limited at the end of the day. Although the old guys in the family cleanse my meridians and change my blood every year, just how long can this last? With this mortal body, I'm unable to live as long as an absolute saint. There are many restrictions as well. This is not what I want, so I need to transform. Yen Tianwei slowly sat down on the cushion. As he said that, strange sounds would ring out from time to time in the darkness of the hall. If one looked closely, they would discover that there were stone shelves scattered around the hall. Coffins were placed on the stone shelves. The coffins were of various shapes and sizes, and they seemed extremely similar to the coffins in the Serene Corpse grounds. In the central region of the Wind and Thunder Manor was a huge city called Wind and Thunder City. The energy of wind and thunder permeated the provincial city all year round. From afar, the wind and thunder moved with each other. It was quite a spectacular sight. Outside the Wind and Thunder City, a long streak of light arrived in an instant. A slender figure appeared 100 meters away from the city gate. The Wind and Thunder clan should be in the Wind and Thunder City. The Sioux clan should also be in the city. The person was Zhuowen. He landed outside the city gate like a long streak of light. With his strength, the guards at the city gate naturally would not stop him. Instead, they respectfully welcomed him in. Zhuowen followed the path in the jade slip that Lei Tingqin had given him. Soon, he arrived at the Wind and Thunder clan's mansion. Standing outside the huge mansion, Zhuowen took out Lei Tingqin's waist token and entered a message. Then he stepped through the door. Who are you? The guards at both sides of the door immediately stopped Zhuowen and shouted, I'm Lei Tingqin, Miss Lei's friend. This is Miss Lei's waist token. I'm sure Miss Lei already knows that I've been invited to the Wind and Thunder clan. Zhuowen picked up the waist token and said. The two guards looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. They stepped aside, and did not say anything. Chapter 1666. Sue climbed behind the door was a winding and dignified path. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the path, two figures slowly approached him. Miss Lei. Zhuowen's gaze landed on one of the figures as he cupped his hands together and greeted her politely. Among the two figures, one of them was slender and elegant with peerless elegance. It was Lei Tingqin. Beside Lei Tingqin was a tall and slender young man in a flowery gown with a refined smile on his face. The two of them walked side by side. However, Zhuowen keenly noticed that Lei Tingqin's brows were slightly knitted together. Evidently, Lei Tingqin was not particularly interested in the young man beside her. Young Master Zhuo is indeed a man of his word. You've accepted my invitation, Lei Tingqin said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and handed the token to Lei Tingqin. This is Miss Lei's token. I'll return it to its rightful owner. Lei Tingqin kept the token and nodded. Just as she was about to speak, the young man beside her suddenly chuckled. Sister Qin, is this person Zhuowen? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes turned cold as she nodded indifferently. However, the young man did not mind. He cupped his hands together towards Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhuo, I am Feng Tianhan of the Wind faction. Although Zhuowen's ability to observe people's expressions was not as good as some old fellows who had lived for thousands of years, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw the coldness in Lei Tingqin's eyes, but he did not dare to act out. It was obvious that Feng Tianhan's position in the Fenglei clan was not low. Brother Zhuo, I'll bring you around first. Brother Tianhan, if there's nothing else, Tingqin will not disturb you. Lei Tingqin reached out and grabbed Zhuowen's right hand. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianhan, they hurriedly left the place. The coldness in Feng Tianhan's eyes intensified as he watched the two figures leave. However, he quickly restrained it. Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen walked side by side on the quiet path in the garden. The two of them were silent, but their clear footsteps echoed endlessly. After walking for a long time, Lei Tingqin sighed softly and said, Brother Zhuo, I think you should leave the Fenglei clan as soon as possible. I'm afraid Jiang Binhen's matter can't be hidden for long. Zhuowen was startled and asked in surprise, the witnesses at the time shouldn't have been there. Only you and I know about this matter. The Ice and Fire family couldn't have found us so quickly, right? Lei Tingqin's beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness. She said, It's said that Jiang Zuomei went to the prophet's clan and asked the goddess for a divination. I don't know what the result was, but after returning from the prophet's clan, Jiang Zuomei began to warn the upper echelons of our clan to hand me over. Right now, the two families are in a deadlock. Fortunately, Jiang Zuomei didn't mention you, so you still have a chance to leave. Hearing this, Zhuowen's face turned ugly. He frowned and said, Is it the prophet clan's goddess? But the one who killed Jiang Binhan was the masked man. I think if the goddess really has the ability to see the past, she should point her finger at the masked man. I don't know. I only know that Jiang Zuomei has begun to target our clan. I've already prepared the primal chaos shuttle for you. It's inside. Lei Tingqin waved her hand and handed a spiritual ring to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was complicated. He asked, Miss Lei, what are you going to do next? Lei Tingqin shook her head and said, Don't worry about this. I'm the successor of the Lightning Clan. The Fenglei clan won't hand me over easily. I have my clan backing me, so I'm fine. But you're different. You're alone. Your situation is much more difficult than mine. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I wonder if Miss Lei knows anything about the masked man? Lei Tingqin shook her head and said, He's too mysterious. Even our clan's intelligence bureau couldn't find out the masked man's identity. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Now, our clan is negotiating with the Icefire clan. If everything goes well, this matter might be suppressed. I'll remember Miss Lei's kindness today. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, I have one more thing that I'd like to ask of Miss Lei. Say it. As long as I can help, I'll definitely help. Lei Tingqin said. Miss Lei, can you help Zhuowen look into these two people? They're my friends. I heard that they appeared in the Su clan before. Zhuowen took out a jade slip and handed it to Lei Tingqin. It had the portraits of Lu Hantian and Wu Dai. Lei Tingqin checked it and nodded. The Su clan is a subsidiary clan of the Wind Thunder clan. I'll help you look into it. I should have an answer soon. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhua, why don't you rest in my clan for a day or two? You can leave with your friends after you've found the person you're looking for. What do you think? Lei Tingqin said with a sweet smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just find an inn in the Wind Thunder City to stay. When the time comes, Miss Lei can just send me a message. All right, I'll send you out first. When there's news, I'll inform Brother Zhua as soon as possible. Lei Tingqin said with a smile. After sending Zhuowen away, Lei Tingqin stood at the gate for a while. Her beautiful eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Sister Qin, did you take a fancy to a strange man because you were so attentive to him? Feng Tianhan had unknowingly appeared behind Lei Tingqin. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of evil intent. This person is my friend. Naturally, I can't be rude to a friend. If there's nothing else, Brother Tianhan, Tingqin will take her leave. Lei Tingqin glanced at Feng Tianhan indifferently and then walked past him. Is it really just because of a friend? Feng Tianhan murmured as a trace of profoundness gushed out from his eyes. There's something wrong with this Lei Tingqin. Her attitude towards me is too good. When she appeared in front of me at the beginning and blocked the attack for me with the lightning disc, I felt that it was a little strange. I'm not related to her. Why would she help me? Now, she even handed the Primal Chaos shuttle to me personally and promised to help me investigate someone. She didn't refuse any of my requests. It's really suspicious. After leaving the Wind Thunder clan and walking on the road, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Lei Tingqin's attitude really made him feel suspicious. Whether Lei Tingqin is sincere or not, you'll know when you go back and check the Primal Chaos shuttle in the spiritual ring. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao He said indifferently, In the Wind Thunder City, Zhuowen found an inn and checked in. In the dim room, Zhuowen set up layers of restrictions in the room. Then, with a flick of his finger, he took out the Primal Chaos shuttle from the spiritual ring. The Primal Chaos shuttle could be big or small. Now that he took out the Primal Chaos shuttle, Zhuowen naturally used his saint energy to shrink it by a dozen times. The room was just right for it to fit. Zhuowen touched the surface of the Primal Chaos shuttle with his right hand and began to carefully examine every corner of it. His face suddenly turned ugly. Then, with a pinch of his right hand, he took out a bit of black powder. The black powder was very inconspicuous. When it was placed at the bottom of the Primal Chaos shuttle, it was as if it was accidentally touched by dust. If Zhuowen did not have any suspicions beforehand, he would not have noticed the black powder. However, since he had his suspicions, the powder at the bottom of the Primal Chaos shuttle was the biggest suspicious point. This powder is... The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes became more intense. However, he did not crush the powder. Instead, he stuck it back on the Primal Chaos shuttle. Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. Previously, he had asked Lei Tingqin to investigate the whereabouts of Lu Hantian and Woody. If Lu Hantian and Woody were really in the Su family, then Lu Hantian and Woody would be in a difficult situation. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Su family. After taking a deep breath, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned his spiritual energy doppelganger. He planned to let this doppelganger guard the primal chaos shuttle and use it to confuse Lei Tingqin. Zhuowen's appearance gradually changed into Su Huan's appearance. His eyes were piercingly cold as he said coldly, "Why is Lei Tingqin doing this? She should have come to me with some kind of goal in mind, right?" Zhuowen quickly recalled the abnormality of Lei Sanyi in his body when Lei Tingqin took out the lightning disc. He thought to himself, could it be that Lei Tingqin has sensed something? I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. However, before that, I have to make a trip to the Su family. With that, Zhuowen left the inn. Although the Su family was also in the Wind Thunder City, the location of their residence was quite a distance away from the Wind Thunder clan. When Zhuowen took the form of Su Huan and arrived at the Su family's residence, the two guards were pleasantly surprised. One of them said, "Young master, you're finally back. Master has been looking for you all this time." Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, the images of Lu Hantian and Woody appeared. He asked, "Do the two of you recognize these two?" The two guards took a closer look and nodded repeatedly. They said, "Of course we do. Aren't these two guests of our Su family?" "Then, do you know where they are?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Some time ago, these two people seemed to have been sent out by the master. As for where they went, we don't know. The guard shook his head. Zhuowen frowned. He stood silently at the door. The guard said cautiously, "Young master, Master has been very worried about you. Now that you're back, should I inform Master first?" "There's no need. Just take me there," Zhuowen said straightforwardly. The guard did not doubt him. He nodded repeatedly and led Zhuowen towards the residence. Soon, he arrived in front of a rather luxurious pavilion. In the hall of the pavilion, a dignified middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was pacing back and forth. At this moment, when he saw the guard walk in, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. However, when the middle-aged man saw the person behind the guard, his body shook. Then, his eyes revealed excitement. He took a step forward and walked in front of Zhuowen. "Huan, you're finally back. You've been out for so long. Why are you only back now? Where's Shui, and Su Lei?" The middle-aged man squeezed Zhuowen's shoulder excitedly. Chapter 1667. Closed City. Zhuowen frowned slightly and took a few steps back, distancing himself from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face stiffened as he sized up Zhuowen. After confirming that it was indeed Su Huan, he said in a deep voice, "You stinking brat, you've been away from home for some time. The entire clan is looking for you. Where's Su Shui and Su Lei?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "I got separated from them. I thought they had already returned, but it turns out that I went back to the clan first." Zhuowen knew nothing about the Su clan, so he would naturally speak as little as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to give himself away. Zhuowen had investigated the middle-aged man before him. He was the Su clan's patriarch, Xiu Yong. Since you got separated, I'll send someone to look for you." Xiu Yong nodded and looked at Zhuowen with a trace of doubt. The Su Huan before him gave him a strange feeling. However, he did not find anything suspicious about Su Huan even after sizing him up several times. Even his appearance and aura were the same. "By the way, Father, I heard from the guards that you sent Lu Hantian and Woody out. Where did you send them?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. "Oh, you're talking about those two? I sent them out half a year ago. They should be in the nearby green Lotus Manor right now. Why? Are you looking for them? Xu Yong asked. Zhuowen nodded, but he had a plan in his heart. He said, "There are some things, but since they're not here, let's wait for them to return." Su Qian greets father. Su Wu greets patriarch. Suddenly, a man and a woman walked into the hall. The man was tall and mighty. He wore a purple gold brocade robe and a purple gold crown. He was extraordinarily handsome. The woman looked to be in her 20s. Although she was not as beautiful as Mu Qinxue, she was still a beauty. Naturally, Su Qian and Su Wu also saw Zhuowen. Their expressions were different. Su Wu cupped his hands towards Zhuowen and smiled, "Cousin Su Huan." On the other hand, Su Qian turned her head away and ignored Zhuowen. She seemed to be sulking. Zhuowen nodded slightly at Su Wu and took another look at Su Qian. Previously, Yang Yan had entrusted him to pass the jade hairpin to a lady. That lady's name was Su Qian, so it should be this lady. "The two of you are here as well. It just so happens that I'm going to enter the Wind Thunder clan today. The three of you can come with me." Xu Yong laughed. Su Qian and Su Wu were both excited when they heard that they could enter the Fenglai clan. Although the Su clan was quite powerful, it was only a subsidiary force of the Fenglai clan. Xu Yong was the patriarch of the Su clan, so he had naturally entered the Fenglai clan in the past. However, Su Wu and Su Qian were only juniors, so they had never entered the Fenglai clan. Now that they heard that they had a chance to enter the Fenglai clan, they were naturally excited. On the other hand, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He'd just left the Fenglai clan, and coupled with the fact that Lei Tingqin probably had some unspeakable secrets, he naturally didn't intend to enter the Fenglai clan. "I won't be going." Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Zhuowen's answer immediately caused Su Wu and Su Qian to be surprised. Even Xu Yong gazed at Zhuowen with a strange expression and said, "Huan, haven't you always wanted to enter the Fenglai clan? Why don't you want to go now that you have the chance?" Su Yong's eyes narrowed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Huan was slightly strange. When he thought up to this point, Su Yong's right hand formed a claw and suddenly stretched towards Zhuowen. He wanted to test if Su Huan was real. After all, Su Huan was really strange right now. "Father, you—" Su Qian couldn't help but exclaim. On the other hand, Su Wu's eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of gloating appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was extremely happy to see his cousin being humiliated. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold as he threw out a punch. Surging saint energy surged out. Boom! The fist and the claw collided in an instant, and a hissing sound rang out in the air. Immediately, Su Yong's originally indifferent gaze suddenly turned solemn, and this solemn expression quickly turned into horror. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds in the air became more and more frequent. Su Yong's pupils shrank to the extreme as he retreated step by step. He took dozens of steps back in a row, and every step he took shattered the ground. When Xu Yong retreated to the last step, his right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Suddenly, a huge crater appeared under his right foot. Su Yong's face flushed red as he stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. At this moment, Zhuowen stood quietly with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. However, he stood still like a rock. Su Qian and Su Wu were stunned on the spot. Originally, with the strength of Zhuowen's body, it wasn't possible for him to stand still after defeating a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. However, he had the underworld water droplets in his body. The defense formed by more than 200 underworld water droplets had completely neutralized Su Yong's attack. When did cousin Su Huan's strength become so terrifying? Clan leader is a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert. This Su Wu's mouth was wide open as he was petrified. On the other hand, Su Qian's beautiful eyes were complicated. She had always hated her brother because Su Huan had made many decisions for her without her permission. Even the matter between her and Yang Yan previously, her brother Su Huan had also interfered and forced Yang Yan to leave. I wonder where Yang Yan is. Su Qian couldn't help but think of Yang Yan's stubborn figure and fell into a daze. Who are you? Xu Yong took a deep breath and asked coldly. Zhuowen glanced at Xu Yong indifferently and said, I was just asked by someone to deliver something. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and stood before Su Qian. With a flick of his finger, he took out the crystal-clear jade hairpin. This is... Su Qian's beautiful eyes stared blankly at the jade hairpin in Zhuowen's hand as her eyes suddenly became misty. There is someone who has always wanted to give this jade hairpin to you, but he never had the chance. Now, I'm handing it to you on behalf of that person. I hope you can accept it. Looking at the jade hairpin in his hand, Zhuowen sighed softly as a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Who is the person who gave you the jade hairpin? Su Qian already knew that the person before her wasn't her brother Su Huan, and her voice was a little emotional. The sigh in Zhuowen's eyes became even stronger as he sighed. His name is Yang Yan. It's Yang Yan. It's really Yang Yan. When I was shopping with him back then, I took a fancy to it. I didn't expect him to actually buy it. But why didn't he personally hand it over to me? Su Qian held the jade hairpin and said happily, He's dead. Zhuowen said somewhat sorrowfully. Dead? How could he be dead? Su Qian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but take a few steps back as her beautiful face turned pale. Zhuowen no longer looked at Su Qian. He knew that Yang Yan's death was indirectly related to Su Qian. Although it wasn't Su Qian who killed him, he died because of Su Qian. However, fortunately, Yang Yan's revenge had been avenged. Even if he was in the underworld, he would be able to rest in peace. The matter entrusted to me by my old friend has been completed. It's time for me to leave. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and was about to leave the Su family. How dare you? Do you think our Su family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Also, you pretended to be Huan. You must know where Huan is. Die. Xu Yong was burning with rage. He waved his sleeve and took out a jade pagoda. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the jade pagoda immediately expanded to a few hundred feet. Soon after, it descended from the sky and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and immediately summoned the spirit-devouring magma river to block the jade pagoda that was descending, slaughtering Yellow Spring Finger. At the same time, Zhuowen pointed his finger at the void. 240 Yellow Spring water droplets gathered at the tip of his finger. Then, he suddenly pointed at the space between Su Yong's eyebrows. Xu Yong roared angrily. His hands formed into claws and suddenly stretched out. Instantly, countless fierce beast claws flew up and attacked Zhuowen. Break! Zhuowen's gaze was eerily cold. Immediately, the countless sharp claws in the surroundings were completely shattered by this finger. Xu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a huge pillar behind him. His expression was extremely dispirited. Xu Yong was only at the initial stage of the heaven-defying saint stage. Therefore, even if Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the sun-sky saint stage, he could still firmly suppress him with the many treasures he had and the slaughtering Yellow Spring Finger. If you don't want to die, it's best that you don't provoke me, Zhuowen said indifferently and disappeared from the Su family with a leap. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to let the spirit-devouring magma river wrap up the jade pagoda and take it away. Father, Family head. Su Wu and Su Qian walked over in a panic and helped Xu Yong up. Family head, do you want me to send someone to search for this person? He's really arrogant. Su Wu immediately expressed his loyalty. Xu Yong shook his head and said, this person is too terrifying. He's not someone our Su family can provoke. Family head, we're a subsidiary force of the Wind and Thunder clan. Can't we ask the Wind and Thunder clan for help? Su Wu said hesitantly. The upper echelons of the Wind and Thunder clan can't even take care of themselves right now. They won't care about a small matter like our Su family at a time like this. There's no need to trouble the Wind and Thunder clan at a time like this. Xu Yong waved his hand. His injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that his jade pagoda was a heaven-defying saint artifact. He was unwilling to let it be taken away just like that. After returning to the inn, Zhuowen withdrew his soul clone. He narrowed his eyes and said, I can't stay in Wind and Thunder City for long. I need to leave as soon as possible. However, before that, I'd like to see if Brother Hantian and Woody's communication jade talismans can still receive my message. After saying that, Zhuowen took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message. He said in a deep voice, if Brother Hantian and Woody can receive my message, they probably won't come to the Wind and Thunder Manor. I can head to the Green Lotus Manor to take a look now. Once I'm done with the Bai family, I'll head to the Chaotic Divine Temple and look for the Celestial Saint Master. After saying that, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He touched his spirit ring and muttered softly, Qin Shui, don't worry, I'll heal you. Zhuowen took out the dust from the chaotic shuttle and placed it in a room in the inn. Then he left the inn and prepared to leave the Wind and Thunder Manor with the chaotic shuttle after leaving Wind and Thunder City. Wind and Thunder City will be closed from today onwards. No one is allowed to leave or enter. Chapter 1668. Lei Qingtianzhuowen's pupils shrank and his face darkened. He did not expect the Wind Thunder City to be closed at this time. He knew that it was probably the Wind Thunder clan's doing. The restriction above the Wind Thunder City has not been completely closed yet. There's still a chance to rush out with this opportunity. Zhuowen immediately noticed that the restriction above the Wind Thunder City had not been completely closed. It was obvious that the restriction had just been activated. Thinking of this, Zhuowen made a prompt decision. He stomped his foot, and there was an explosion under his feet. He turned into a long rainbow and flew toward the Wind Thunder City at an extremely fast speed. The Wind Thunder City is closed today. Those who dare to trespass are courting death. At the instant when Zhuowen rushed towards the sky above the Wind Lightning City, 3 figures with frightening auras rushed out from the city walls of the Wind Lightning City. These 3 people were all white-haired old men. The 3 of them formed a triangle and instantly pounced toward Zhuowen. The moment the 3 of them flew over, the terrifying wind thunder energy in the entire Wind Thunder City boiled and formed a terrifying hurricane of wind and thunder. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many warriors in the Wind Thunder City, especially when they saw that someone had forced his way out of the city when the city was closed. Many warriors were gloating. 3 peak of the heaven-defying Saint Realm. They have great teamwork and are even borrowing the power of the Wind Thunder City above the Wind Thunder City. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He stomped his right foot in the void and did not hold back at all. He immediately took out the Blood Immortal. I'm finally out again. It's so stuffy in the spirit ring. I can finally come out for some fresh air again. The Blood Immortal laughed heartily. However, she soon felt a pair of cold eyes on her back. She immediately withdrew her smile and said to Zhuowen with a smile, Master, what can I do for you? Help me break through those 3 old men. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out the spirit-devouring lava river, long river blade, and violet sword. He pointed out the slaughter finger of the underworld in his right hand, and 4 attacks turned into 4 long rainbows. The 3 elders' eyes were cold as they shouted in unison, "Whirlwind and clouds!" All of a sudden, a strong wind blew in the sky above the Wind Thunder City. It swept out violently, and then slowly sank down in the shape of an inverted funnel. "This little wind can't do anything to your blood immortal." The blood immortal cracked a smile and let out a roar. His right claw shot out, and blood lightning shot up into the sky. The moment the terrifying funnel-shaped gale came into contact with the blood lightning, it collapsed and turned into countless fine gusts of wind. "3 little old men, you're too weak. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me." Countless bolts of blood lightning filled the air. The blood immortal shot up from the collapsing hurricane and rushed towards the 3 elders like a ferocious beast. The long river blade, violet sword, spirit-swallowing lava river, and killing finger of Acheron followed closely behind the blood immortal and attacked the 3 elders. Tempest overturning the world. The expressions of the 3 old men changed drastically. The seals formed by their hands changed repeatedly. Immediately, they struck the empty space. Immediately, the wind and lightning energies in the sky roared like furious dragons. Immediately, frightening thunderbolts whizzed over along with the wild wind. The wind and lightning energies overlapped, and suddenly its power was raised to an extremely terrifying level. It was much more terrifying than the whirlwind and clouds from before. The terrifying energy shot out from the hands of the 3 old men and turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. This huge hand contained the power of wind and lightning. The blood immortal's face changed slightly, but he was not afraid. He clenched his claws, and suddenly the bone spurs on his back grew out crazily and turned into a bone pillar that reached the sky. The blood lightning around the bone pillar became denser and denser, and it was extremely terrifying. "Break for me." The bone pillar reached the sky and blasted on the wind and lightning hand. Immediately, there was a continuous explosion in the void, and the surrounding space became completely irregular space fragments, as if this space would collapse at any time. Slash! At the same time, Zhuowen controlled the long river blade, the violet sword, the spirit-swallowing lava river, and the slaughtering finger like 4 rainbows that fell on the wind and lightning hand one after another. Boom! Suddenly, the wind and lightning hand could not withstand the terrifying attack and collapsed. The 3 elders who controlled the wind and lightning hand even spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing the 3 old men guarding the city walls being defeated in an instant, many warriors in the city inhaled a breath of cool air. One by one, they began to guess who this person was. Not only did he dare to barge into the Wind Thunder City, he had even defeated the 3 old men guarding the city. After defeating the 3 elders in an instant, the blood immortal wanted to follow up the victory and tear the 3 elders apart to absorb their blood essence. However, she was stopped by Zhuowen. In the end, she could only follow behind Zhuowen unwillingly. The seal has not completely spread over the Wind Thunder City. There is still a chance to rush out. Putting away the blood immortal, Zhuowen took a deep breath and rushed into the void. Immediately, he rushed out of the Wind Thunder City. However, just as Zhuowen was about to rush out of the Wind Thunder City, a wave of spatial ripples spread out. Immediately, in the void, which was only a few steps away from the seal, Zhuowen jumped out in an extremely embarrassing manner. At the same time, the seal was completely closed at this moment. "Who is it?" Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. Just as he was about to rush out of the seal, a powerful force forced him out of the void passage, and he missed the best opportunity to rush out of the Wind Thunder City. Young Master Joie, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's not like I'm some wild beast. Could it be that I've frightened young Master Joie? A cold voice slowly came from behind Zhuowen. Immediately, Zhuowen turned his head and looked gloomily at Lei Tingqin, who was rushing over like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lei Tingqin was standing on a thunder plate with countless thunderbolts under her feet. The thunder plate was very big, dozens of feet long. Besides Lei Tingqin, there were 9 elders with white hair and beards on it. Lightning flickered around the bodies of these 9 old men. Crackling sounds came from their bodies, making them sound exceptionally horrifying, especially the leader of the 9 old men. He was an old man in his 60s with a lightning mark between his eyebrows. His aura was extremely terrifying. Earth immortal, Zhuowen stared at the elder in his 60s. His mind was trembling. The elder's aura was very strong, and the thunderbolts around him were like the might of the heavens. This person's aura was not weaker than He Lao, who was beside the divine daughter of the prophet family that Zhuowen had met in the Serene Corpse Extremis. That He Lao was an earth immortal. The Thunder lineage has really mobilized a lot of people. Even the clan leader of the Thunder lineage, Lei Qingtian, is here. Not far away, a howling hurricane swept over and finally landed a few hundred meters away from Lei Tingqin and the others. A handsome and elegant young man appeared. Zhuowen was familiar with this young man. He was the heir of the Wind lineage, Feng Tianhan, whom he had met in the Fenglei family. Clan leader. The 3 elders who were defeated by Zhuowen rushed to Lei Qingtian, who had a thunderbolt mark on his forehead. They looked a little ashamed. Lei Qingtian nodded and did not speak. His sharp eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. Miss Lei, what do you mean by this? Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Lei Tingqin smiled and said, Young Master Joie, you are an important guest of the Fenglei family. We haven't received you properly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not giving the Fenglei family any face? Zhuowen sneered in his heart and said indifferently, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lei. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I left without informing you. However, why is Miss Lei mobilizing such a large force? Lei Tingqin covered her mouth and smiled. She said, So young Master Joie has an urgent matter to attend to. I really don't know. However, I have no choice now. The Fenglei city has been closed. Young Master Joie should wait for a while before leaving. Miss Lei, are you trying to force me to stay? Zhuowen's voice became a little cold. He knew that it would be difficult for him to leave now. Lei Tingqin wanted to say something, but Lei Qingtian, who was behind her, took a step forward and said, Tingqin, there's no need to say anything. Let me settle this. Hearing this, Lei Tingqin did not dare to disobey. She bowed slightly and slowly walked behind Lei Qingtian. You're Zhuowen, right? I've heard about what happened in the blood refining mansion. You're definitely involved in this matter. Although Tingqin was involved, she did not kill anyone. The one who killed was you. You should know this, right? Lei Qingtian said indifferently. His voice was unquestionable and filled with a trace of disdain. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the young Sky Saint stage. Although he had the blood immortal who was at the half-immortal stage, he naturally did not take this seriously. Zhuowen sneered and said, With the strength of the Fenglei family, it shouldn't be difficult for you to suppress this matter, right? I'm afraid the lightning lineage didn't mobilize such a large force for this matter, right? Am I right, Miss Tingqin? At this point, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Lei Tingqin. He knew that Lei Tingqin had begun to suspect that he had something related to the lightning lineage's lightning sacred symbol. After all, Lei Tingqin should have sensed the abnormality of the lightning disk. Previously, Zhuowen had followed Lei Tingqin here mainly because of her natural and unrestrained manner and her sincerity. However, he did not expect that the sincerity on the surface was actually a disguise. He had to admit that Lei Tingqin's acting skills were very good. "Oomph, you talk a lot of nonsense. With your current strength compared to the lightning lineage, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. If you cooperate with us, I, Lei Qingtian, can guarantee that I won't hurt you at all," Lei Qingtian said coldly. Lei Tingqin also said in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhua, the lightning lineage has no ill intentions. We just want to prove a guess through you. Regardless of whether the guess is correct or not, the lightning lineage will definitely not hurt you. Moreover, the lightning lineage will also help you settle the Ice-Fire family." Zhuowen looked at Lei Tingqin's serious expression and mocked, "Miss Lei, don't you feel tired wearing a disguise every day? I don't dare to believe your words anymore." Chapter 1669. Eight-Legged Lightning Serpent Array. 8 elders used the 8-legged lightning serpent array to take down this kid. However, be careful. This kid is very useful. Do you understand? Lei Qingtian said indifferently. "Yes, Patriarch." The 8 elders behind Lei Qingtian cupped their hands together. Soon after, they rushed out. Dense thunderbolts erupted from each of their bodies, and they separated into 8 different directions. The 8 of them formed hand seals at the same time. Immediately, the lightning on their bodies became denser and denser. In the end, they formed a huge lightning serpent. This lightning serpent was thousands of feet long, and the lightning on its body was purple. It looked rather strange. Zhuowen's face was quite ugly. The 8-legged lightning serpent array was formed by 8 half-immortals. Its power was extremely close to an earthly immortal. If he wanted to resist the 8-legged lightning serpent array, he would probably have to use the 9th Yang Dao sword. However, behind the 8-legged lightning serpent array was a genuine earthly immortal expert like Lei Qingtian. Even if Zhuowen used the Azure Dragon Palace, it would be difficult for him to escape the Wind Thunder City that was sealed by the restriction. "Kid, agree to her request. If I'm not wrong, Lei Tingqin should be suspecting that you have a part of the Wind Thunder sacred symbol. Also, do you know why Lei Sanyi has a connection with the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body? The lightning disk is a crucial part of Lei Sanyi. Once you obtain the lightning disk, your Lei Sanyi will become perfect." Just as Zhuowen was about to resist, Xiaohei's voice soundlessly sounded in his mind. At this moment, the 8-legged lightning serpent was completely formed. The serpent roared, and its voice was deafening like thunder from the 9 heavens. However, just as the 8-legged lightning serpent was about to pounce at Zhuo when, like a bolt of lightning, Zhuowen suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The 8 elders in the 8-legged lightning serpent array stopped and looked at Lei Qingtian as if they were asking for his opinion. Lei Qingtian nodded and said, "What? Have you thought it through?" However, Zhuowen smiled coldly and said, "Miss Lei said that your lightning lineage has no ill intentions, so I'll believe you for now. After all, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your clan." Upon hearing that, Lei Qingtian's expression eased a lot. He smiled faintly and said, "Zhuo Xiaoyu, I'm impressed that you have such awareness. In that case, please come with us, Zhuo Xiaoyu." Zhuowen's expression did not change as he nodded his head and leaped onto the lightning plate. The moment he leaped onto the lightning plate, he could feel the excitement of Lei Sanyi, who was hidden deep within the lightning plate. However, he forcefully suppressed it. "Brat, leave Lei Sanyi's origin source to me for safekeeping." Looking at Lei Qingtian's group, "I'm afraid they want to check if you have any lightning-attributed saint runes." After saying that, Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness leaped and turned into a huge black dragon. Shortly after, it drilled into the depths of his sea of consciousness and swallowed Lei Sanyi, who was hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness. After Lei Sanyi was swallowed, Zhuowen could not feel any fluctuation from Lei Sanyi at all. His hanging heart finally calmed down. After Lei Qingtian and the others left, Feng Tianhan muttered, "Even Lei Qingtian has come. Could it be that Zhuowen brought by Lei Tingqin is really not simple? Looks like I'll have to go back and report this to the patriarch." In the gloomy pavilion, 3 figures slowly advanced. Lei Qingtian was in front, Lei Tingqin was behind, and Zhuowen was sandwiched between the 2 of them. The other 8 elders were behind Lei Tingqin. At the end of the pavilion, there was a rather dim hall. In the hall, there was a transportation array. The transportation array was formed by lightning and was rather gorgeous. Lei Qingtian did not speak along the way. He silently arrived before the transportation array and immediately formed a seal. Immediately, lightning flashed and turned into a lightning mouth, swallowing everyone in one gulp. As the lightning faded, Zhuowen discovered that he was surrounded by uneven rock walls. He was in a rather large stone hall. In the middle of the stone hall, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet looked ordinary. In the middle of it, there was a groove for a rune. Upon closer inspection, only half of the rune was left. There was a lightning symbol drawn on it. Lei Qingtian came before the stone tablet. His eyes were blank as he muttered, "Our lightning lineage has lost the lightning saint rune for too long." Although the Fenglei clan is the descendant of the Fenglei emperor, the Fenglei emperor is extremely biased. He left behind the cultivation method of the wind saint rune, but took away the cultivation method of the lightning saint rune. Patriarch, this is actually the Fenglei emperor's way of balancing the 2 factions. After all, the lightning lineage was much stronger than the wind lineage. If there is no balance, the wind lineage is destined to be swallowed up. The Fenglei emperor is from the wind lineage, Lei Tingqin's side. Lei Qingtian nodded and immediately turned to look at Zhuowen. His eyes were burning as he said, "Tingqin, you said before that the lightning disk had a reaction to this person. As far as I know, the lightning disk is the key to the cultivation method of the lightning saint rune. In order to trigger the lightning disk's reaction, only the cultivation method of the lightning saint rune can do it." Speaking of this, Lei Qingtian suddenly stared at Zhuowen and said, Do you have the lightning saint rune on you?" But Zhuowen revealed a confused look and said, "Thunder attribute holy rune? I'm sorry, I don't know about it. I don't think I have such a thing on me." Lei Qingtian sneered and said, "Whether you have the lightning saint rune on you or not, we'll know after a test. Tingqin, pass the lightning disk to me." Lei Tingqin nodded and passed the lightning disk to Lei Qingtian. Then Lei Qingtian took the lightning disk and came before the stone tablet. Lei Qingtian made a gesture with his right hand, and a powerful purple thunderbolt appeared in his palm. Then he sent it into the lightning disk. After the purple thunderbolt entered the lightning disk, it started to transform into the shape of the rune engraved on the stone tablet. Then, with a swoosh, the rune formed by the purple thunderbolt was embedded on the surface of the stone tablet. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, lightning appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The lightning became denser and denser, covering the entire stone tablet. It was as if there were countless cracks on the surface of the stone tablet. "Shuo Xiaoyu, put your right hand on it," Lei Qingtian said sternly. Shuo Wen's eyes narrowed, but he was not afraid. He took a step forward and placed his right hand on it without the slightest hesitation. He only felt his right hand go numb. Soon after, a strange lightning light followed his palm and fiercely drilled into his body. It followed his meridians and began to swim around his entire body. The moment the lightning appeared in his body, Zhuowen could clearly feel that Xiaohei's body was twitching in his sea of consciousness. "Xiaohei, are you okay?" Zhuowen asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I won't die. It's just that Lei Sanyi is starting to get restless." However, after the lightning stops moving, Lei Sanyi will settle down again, Xiaohei said, gritting her teeth. After the lightning moved around, it did not seem to find anything. Then, it returned to where it came from. The lightning on the surface of the stone tablet gradually dimmed and finally returned to its original state. No reaction? Lei Qingtian's eyes were filled with disappointment. Lei Tingqin, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Obviously, she did not expect the final result to be a failure. "Tingqin, this lad doesn't have a lightning elemental saint symbol on him. We have wasted so much effort this time." Lei Qingtian looked at Lei Tingqin with dissatisfaction. Lei Tingqin looked deeply at Zhuowen. She cupped her hands and said apologetically, "Patriarch, could there be a problem with the Thunderstone? Should we verify it again?" Lei Qingtian snorted coldly. "The Thunderstone can't be wrong. It was passed down by our ancestors. How can it be wrong? Since it has no reaction, it proves that this lad doesn't have a lightning elemental saint symbol on him. We have found the wrong person." Lei Qingtian suddenly took out a communication jade charm. His face changed immediately. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" Lei Tingqin asked in surprise. Lei Qingtian's face turned ugly as he said, "Jiang Zuomei has brought the experts of the Ice Fire clan to our Fenglei clan. He is going to ask for you and Zhuowen from our clan." Lei Tingqin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This has nothing to do with me. The one who killed Jiang Binhan is actually a mysterious person wearing a ghost mask. Jiang Zuomei has gone too far. He actually brought people to our Fenglei clan. Old Feng from the Wind lineage has already informed me to hurry over. I have to go now. Tingqin, you stay here with the 8 elders. Don't come out." As for Zhuowen, Lei Qingtian made a grabbing motion with his right hand. His palm was filled with lightning. Immediately, Zhuowen felt as if thousands of lightning bolts were attacking him from all directions. Zhuowen quickly retreated. However, he found that the lightning bolts were like a terrifying cage that suppressed him. Clang! Left with no other choice, Zhuowen immediately took out the first Yang Dao sword. Immediately, a brilliant sun gradually appeared. Within this brilliant sun, a long sword turned into a golden ray and slashed out fiercely, causing golden sword chi to wreak havoc everywhere. However, although the golden sword chi was terrifying, it could do nothing against the lightning bolts. Instead, it was completely suppressed and destroyed. Boom! After the golden sword chi was destroyed, the lightning bolts engulfed Zhuowen. "Patriarch Lei, that's not what you said at the beginning. Now, you want to take me as a hostage?" Zhuowen said with a cold gaze. "Humph. Although Zhuo Xiaoyo's cultivation is not high, you have many trump cards. Naturally, I have to guard against you." Lei Qingtian looked at Lei Tingqin and the 8 elders and said in a deep voice, "You guys keep an eye on him first. If Jiang Zuomei really doesn't want to let him go, we'll have no choice but to hand him over." After that, Lei Qingtian made a gesture and left the stone hall. Outside the stone hall, the atmosphere in the Windstorm clan's guest hall was extremely strange. There were 2 seats in the guest hall. At the moment, a white-haired elder in a white robe was sitting in one of the seats. The elder's body swayed, even though there was no wind. He looked extremely mighty. At that moment, Jiang Zuomei was sitting quietly at the head of the guest hall. The experts from the Ice Fire clan that she brought along were standing quietly behind her. The people in the guest hall did not have to wait for long before Lei Qingtian hurried over. Chapter 1670. Confrontation. Lei Qingtian snorted and walked straight into the hall. He sat on the seat of honor next to the Wind lineage patriarch. Patriarch Lei, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. After Lei Qingtian sat in the seat of honor, Jiang Zuomei took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "It's fine." Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Zuomei solemnly. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Jiang, what do you mean? What are you trying to do by gathering so many people here today?" Jiang Zuomei sneered, "Doesn't Patriarch Lei know that I'm here today? My son, Jiang Bin Han, died in Hanming County of the blood lineage. It is said that Lei Tingqin of the lightning lineage was present at the scene and even participated in it. Patriarch Lei, if you're wise, you should hand over Lei Tingqin." Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Tingqin isn't someone who doesn't know her place." She knew that Jiang Bin Han was the young master of the Icefire family. How could she kill him? Furthermore, with her strength, how could she kill Jiang Bin Han? "I can tell you clearly now that this matter has nothing to do with Tingqin. She was indeed present at the scene, but she didn't kill Jiang Bin Han. Instead, he was killed by a mysterious person with a ghost mask. The accomplice was the junior called Zhuowen. If you want to find someone, you can look for Zhuowen. Of course, Zhuowen is now in the hands of the lightning lineage. If you're willing to let this matter go, I'll hand Zhuowen over to you. What do you think?" Jiang Zuomei's eyes narrowed. He said in surprise, "Is Zhuowen really in your hands?" "Of course. Back then, Zhuowen came to the Wind Thunder City, and I captured him," Lei Qingtian said faintly. Hearing this, Jiang Zuomei's eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible joy. "Soon after," she said calmly, "I once took the prophet's family's sacrificial tower and asked the goddess to divine the past. Although there was only an incomplete image, at that time, only your Wind and Thunder families Lei Tingqin and Zhuowen were present. Elder Feng, who was by Binhen's side, was killed by your Lei Tingqin, and that Zhuowen. Are you still trying to absolve Lei Tingqin?" Lei Qingtian's gaze was calm as he said faintly, "Our Fenglei clan will not take Tingqin out. Our lightning lineage is willing to protect Tingqin at any cost. The things inside were all prepared by me in advance. If family head Jiang is still not satisfied, then there is nothing to talk about. Our two families can only go to war." As he spoke, Lei Qingtian flicked his finger, and a spiritual ring was instantly handed over to Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei took the ring and scanned through it with his consciousness. His eyes were full of excitement, as there were many things inside that were quite tempting. "Patriarch Jiang, what do you think? If you're not satisfied, then I can't do anything about it," Lei Qingtian said coldly. Jiang Zuomei played with the spiritual ring in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can reluctantly accept it. However, you must bring that Zhuowen over and let our Icefire clan deal with him." As soon as he said that, Lei Qingtian's expression softened. Beside him, Feng Ruji, the Wind lineage's patriarch, was astonished. Logically speaking, Jiang Zuomei's son had been killed. Even if Lei Qingtian had to pay a huge price, Jiang Zuomei shouldn't have let it go. However, Jiang Zuomei's final decision was to let it go. Moreover, he seemed to be quite anxious about the young man called Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has some secret? Feng Ruji frowned slightly as he was somewhat puzzled. Lei Qingtian's cloudy face cleared up as he laughed and said, "Family head Jiang is indeed wise." Jiang Zuomei remained calm and said faintly, "Then, Patriarch Lei, please hand over that Zhuowen. Come with me, I'll take you there." Lei Qingtian acted swiftly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. He stood up and immediately walked towards the pavilion where Zhuo Wen was locked up, whereas Jiang Zuomei followed behind him with an indifferent gaze. Feng Ruji frowned slightly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was strange. In the dim stone hall, 8 elders sat cross-legged, quietly on the other side of the stone tablet. Lei Tingqin sat not far away from Zhuowen. "Brother Zhuo, don't blame me for this. This is not something that I can decide. This is the patriarch's order." Lei Tingqin looked at Zhuowen with a trace of helplessness and melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen sneered in his heart, but didn't say anything. His whole body was bound by the thunderbolt, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, the thunderbolt was extremely strange. It could actually seal his mind, making it impossible for him to communicate with the spiritual ring and open it to summon the blood fairy and his doppelganger. Obviously, this was done deliberately by Lei Qingtian. His purpose was to prevent Zhuowen from using the spiritual ring. However, most of Zhuowen's means were in the spiritual ring, and his body was bound by the thunderbolt. It could be said that he was at his wit's end. However, what Lei Tingqin and the 8 elders didn't notice was that at the finger of Zhuowen's right hand, an ink-black gas was constantly entering the spiritual ring. This ink-black gas was formed by Xiaohei's power. Although Zhuowen's mind was blocked by the thunderbolt, he could control the spiritual ring through Xiaohei. However, this process was relatively difficult and slow. At least, Xiaohei hadn't completely overcome the blocking power of the thunderbolt. The clan leader suddenly sent a message and ordered us to bring Zhuowen out. Lei Tingqin suddenly said to the 8 elders. The 8 old men looked at each other and nodded. Soon after, one of the old men immediately carried Zhuowen and teleported out with Lei Tingqin. Lei Tingqin and the others walked out of the attic and saw Lei Qingtian, Jiang Zuomei, and the others in the courtyard outside the attic. The moment Lei Tingqin saw Jiang Zuomei, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, she quickly regained her calmness. She cupped her hands at Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji and said, "Clan leader Lei, clan leader Feng." Lei Qingtian nodded. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, this is Zhuowen that you want. You can take him away after you take him away." Jiang Zuomei glanced at Zhuowen and said calmly, "If that's the case, then I won't refuse." Speaking of this, Jiang Zuomei gave a look to one of her subordinates behind her. The subordinate nodded and walked towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen, on the other hand, knew that something was wrong the moment he saw Jiang Zuomei. He never thought that Lei Qingtian would actually want to hand him over to Jiang Zuomei. It was too shameless. Jiang Zuomei should know that I have the ice fire sacred symbol. That's why she's so eager to get me. If I'm captured by Jiang Zuomei, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. I must let the Fenglei clan stop Jiang Zuomei. The only way is to use Lei Sanyi. Xiaohei, release Lei Sanyi. Zhuowen made a prompt decision and shouted at Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness. Xiaohei knew that the situation was urgent. She nodded slightly and spat out her dragon mouth. Lei Sanyi immediately appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. Zap! 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 The moment Lei Sanyi was released, Zhuowen no longer suppressed his aura. Suddenly, the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body exploded with intense lightning. The expression on Lei Tingqin's face changed drastically. The lightning disk on her body involuntarily shot out from her spiritual ring. Soon after, countless bolts of lightning surged from the lightning disk. Furthermore, the lightning disk shot towards Zhuowen. What's going on? Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were stunned. They didn't expect that the lightning disk on Lei Tingqin's body would react in such a way. "You have the lightning sacred symbol on you?" Lei Tingqin retracted her hand and forcefully kept the lightning disk in her hand. Her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen in shock. She was very clearly aware that only a lightning saint talisman was capable of causing such a great reaction from the lightning disk. In other words, Zhuowen really possessed a lightning saint talisman. However, they tested him earlier, and there wasn't any aura of a lightning saint talisman on him. So why had the lightning disk suddenly reacted so strongly? "Your lightning lineage can hand me over to the Icefire clan. However, I'm afraid that the lightning sacred symbol will fall into the hands of the Icefire clan in the future." Zhuowen sneered. "Seize it!" Jiang Zuomei shouted. The expert from the Icefire clan, who was walking towards Zhuowen, suddenly took a step forward. His aura erupted like a flood. His right hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Zhuowen. Boom! The old man who was grabbing Zhuowen snorted and similarly struck out with his claw. Instantly, terrifying energy swirled in the air and an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air. "Patriarch Lei, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you would hand Zhuowen over to me? Why are you going back on your words now?" Jiang Zuomei said coldly. Lei Qingtian also came back to his senses at this moment. He stared at Zhuowen with scorching eyes and laughed. "You really hit it well. You really do have the lightning sacred symbol on you. If we didn't hand you over, I'm afraid that we would have been fooled by you. This is really fate." Jiang Zuomei's face darkened. He said coldly, "Patriarch Lei, remember your promise." Lei Qingtian sneered and said, "If this kid doesn't have the lightning sacred symbol on him, what's the harm in giving him to you? But now, I, Lei Qingtian, want him. Patriarch Jiang, please go back." Boom! Jiang Zuomei suddenly clenched his fists. Waves of terrifying ice and fire energy gushed out from his body. The ground under his feet suddenly cracked into countless cracks. The surroundings were filled with the terrifying temperature of ice and fire. The dozens of experts from the Icefire clan, brought by Jiang Zuomei, also unleashed their terrifying auras and glared at Lei Qingtian. "Jiang Zuomei, what is the meaning of this? This is the territory of the Icefire clan. Are you here to cause trouble?" Chapter 1671. The Battle of the Earthly Immortals. For a moment, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, the two earthly immortals, faced each other. The surrounding air was boiling, and a terrifying pressure pressed down. The pavilion that the two of them were in was on the verge of collapse due to it being unable to endure the frightening aura of the two of them. Finally, with a rumbling sound, it collapsed inch by inch with a loud bang. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 8 elders of the lightning lineage and the experts brought by Jiang Zuomei did not show any signs of weakness. "Patriarch Jiang, Patriarch Lei, the two of you are earthly immortals. Don't act like a commoner. Don't start a fight because of a disagreement." Feng Ruji saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly brought the experts of the wind lineage to mediate. "Patriarch Feng, you saw it too, right?" Lei Qingtian clearly said that he would hand over Zhuowen, but now he's going back on his word. He's not putting my Icefire clan in his eyes at all. Jiang Zuomei said coldly. Lei Qingtian was obviously hot-tempered. He said coldly, "This boy is related to the lightning attribute part of the wind, thunder, sacred symbol. If you feel that it's unfair, the lightning lineage will compensate you." Feng Ruji was having a headache. However, he naturally would not agree to hand over Zhuowen since it was related to the wind, thunder, sacred symbol. The foundation of the wind thunder family was the wind thunder sacred symbol. Although it was divided into two factions, the wind thunder sacred symbol was one. If the lightning attribute part of the wind thunder sacred symbol could be recovered, the foundation of the wind thunder family would undoubtedly be stronger. Feng Ruji naturally supported Lei Qingtian. However, what gave him a headache now was that Lei Qingtian had shamelessly made a promise. Now that he had broken his promise, Feng Ruji felt helpless. Patriarch Zhang, we didn't expect this either. After all, this kid is related to the wind and thunder sacred symbol, which is the foundation of our family. Please take a step back. Our wind and thunder family will definitely compensate you enough. Feng Ruji sighed. Boom, boom. Jiang Zuomei stomped her foot on the ground, and the surrounding ground immediately shattered. Immediately, a powerful hurricane swept out and spread out in a densely packed manner. Lei Qingtian, and the rest could not help but take a few steps back. You're going too far. Lei Qingtian. Feng Ruji, do you really think the Ice Fire family has no one? Lei Qingtian broke his promise. Ruji Feng Ruji, you sheng xiao chen Feng Ruji, Jiang Zuomei, you shameless, and helped Lei Qingtian. At this moment, Feng Ruji's face turned ugly. He had already lowered his status and tried to persuade Jiang Zuomei, but Jiang Zuomei didn't appreciate it at all. Come Ruji Feng Rujis. Feng Ruji Feng, Ruji Feng. Feng Ruji Feng, Ruji Yu, and Ruji Feng Ruji Yu Feng. He Immortal Studio, you Feng Ruji Yu Studio Ruji Yu by Jiang Jiang. Jiang Zuomei, we've given you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Lei Qingtian let out a cold snort and took a step forward. Terrifying thunderbolts rumbled like thunder as they bombarded down from the clouds above. In an instant, Jiang Zuomei's terrifying pressure was neutralized. Patriarch Zhang, are you planning to start a war with the Wind Thunder family? It's unwise for you to start a war with the Wind Thunder family, for a nobody. Feng Ruji also took a step forward. Instantly, dozens of terrifying windstorms rose around his body. They were like dozens of wind pillars that pierced through the heavens and earth, piercing through the horizon. Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian's aura combined was too terrifying, suppressing Jiang Zuomei in one move. However, Jiang Zuomei did not back down. He said in a deep voice, Lei Qingtian, I've given you enough face. The death of my son, Jiang Binhan, must have something to do with Lei Tingqin, the successor of the lightning lineage. However, I'm willing to let him go and settle this peacefully. I only want Zhuowen. But now, what are you doing? Taking out something as compensation? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? My son's life is so worthless. Now, you even want to cover up for Zhuowen. Is this how the Wind Thunder family does things? Jiang Zuomei's voice was laced with anger. He did not mention that Zhuowen had the Ice Fire Saint talisman. He knew that if he did, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji would not let him take Zhuowen away. After all, everyone knew that the Ice Fire Saint talisman was only missing a trace of its origin. If they could obtain this trace of origin, the power of the Ice Fire Saint talisman would rise to another level. It would greatly enhance the strength of the Ice Fire family. As a competing family, the Wind Thunder family naturally would not allow the Ice Fire Saint talisman to recover completely. Jiang Zuomei was also surprised. He did not expect that Zhuowen would have both the Ice Fire Saint talisman and the Wind Thunder Saint talisman. Patriarch Zhang, he's just a nobody. Don't you care too much about him? Could it be that he has something that you care about? Feng Ruji narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Jiang Zuomei's eyes flickered. He said coldly, This boy is related to the revenge of my son. How can I not care? Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian sneered. The Wind Thunder Saint Talisman was also the most important thing to the Wind Thunder family. How could they hand over Zhuowen, who had the lightning attribute part of the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman, unless they were out of their minds? Jiang Zhuomei naturally saw the sneers on Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian's faces. He knew that the two of them would not hand over Zhuowen. Now, the only way to compete for Zhuowen was to fight. Jiangxia, come out. Since Patriarch Feng and Patriarch Lei have broken their promise, the Icefire family does not need to give them any face. After Jiang Zhuomei finished speaking, a figure walked out from behind him. This person was tall and slender, carrying a snake spear on his back. The snake spear was quite strange, as it was made up of ice and fire energy, an aura that was not weaker than Jiang Zhuomei's, and the other twos burst out from this person, soaring into the sky. Jiang Zhe, the great elder of the Icefire family, is also here? I didn't notice that you were hiding in the back. It seems that you came prepared. Feng Ruji said coldly. Earthly immortal realm experts were extremely rare. Even the 9 Saint Talisman families only had 2 or 3 of them. However, the number of earthly immortal realm experts was only on the surface. It was basically impossible to know if these Saint Talisman families had more earthly immortals in secret. However, everyone in the central region knew that the main reason why the 9 Saint Talisman clans were superior to all the other forces in the 99 prefectures was because they all had heavenly immortal realm existences in their clans. The most important Saint Talismans of the Saint Talisman families were basically in the hands of these heaven immortals, such as the Patriarch of the Icefire family and the Wind Thunder family. However, those who could cultivate to the celestial immortal realm were basically old monsters who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. These old monsters basically came from the most difficult period after the 10,000 years calamity and cultivated to the terrifying height of the celestial immortal realm. Of course, there were also some old monsters who had survived from 10,000 years ago and had lived until now. Jiang Zhuomei, do you think we are afraid of you? If you want to fight, then get your ass over here. Lei Qingtian snorted coldly and walked towards the sky with a thunderbolt. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and countless thunderbolts raged in the dark clouds. Lei Qingtian stood under the dark clouds, facing the countless thunderbolts like a supreme thunder god. Patriarch, I will fight him. Jiang's eyes were cold. With a twist of his right hand, he took out the serpent spear from his back and threw it out. The serpent spear was as fast as lightning, piercing through the air. For a moment, wherever the serpent spear passed, the energy of ice and fire shot up like an erupting volcano, spreading across the sky and covering the thunderbolts in the sky. Whoosh! The serpent spear was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian narrowed his eyes and clenched his right hand. Suddenly, rolling thunderbolts came down from the depths of the dark clouds and gathered in his right palm, forming a huge thunder spear. Boom! Lei Qingtian swung the spear, setting off countless spiraling thunderbolts that burst out. The serpent spear that was rushing towards him suddenly stopped when it hit the surface of the spiraling thunderbolts. Boom! 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 Then, around the thunder spear and the serpent spear, countless thunderbolts, ice and fire energy erupted. The space within thousands of feet of the sky collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole. Countless black cyclones gushed out from the black hole. A feeling of destruction instantly spread throughout the entire Wind Thunder City. The countless cultivators in the Wind Thunder City all knelt on the ground. At this moment, they knelt down involuntarily, as if there was a terrifying mountain pressing down on them. Crack! Crack! Soon after, countless cracks appeared on the barrier above the Wind Thunder City. In the end, it shattered into countless pieces. A battle between earthly immortals, that is Lei Qingtian, the patriarch of the thunder branch of the Wind Thunder family, and the other is Jiang Zhe, the great elder of the Ice Fire family. Both of them are earthly immortals. What the hell is going on? Why are the Wind Thunder family and the Ice Fire family fighting each other? A battle between earthly immortals is a disaster for our Wind Thunder city. When the Thunder Spear and the Serpent Spear collided, the terrifying shockwaves from the collision spread out, and the Wind Thunder city exploded. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura of destruction spreading out. At a glance, they knew that only an earthly immortal could cause such a scene. Only an earthly immortal could unleash a power that terrified all of them. Whoosh! After the Thunder Spear and the Serpent Spear collided, the Serpent Spear was immediately thrown away. Lei Qingtian held the Thunder Spear in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Zhe like a thunder god. Jiang Zhe was not afraid. He took a step forward, and ice-fire lotuses rose under his feet. The moment he stepped on the ice-fire lotuses, his speed soared to the extreme, and he instantly caught the Serpent Spear that was thrown away. Boom! Boom! Chapter 1672. Wind and Thunder Inanimate. Jiang Zhuomei, you're playing with fire. A battle between two Earth immortals will cause catastrophic damage to Wind and Thunder City. Why don't you stop? Feng Ruji said coldly. Jiang Zhuomei sneered. He leaped into the air and floated in the air. Half of his body was covered in fire, and the other half in ice, forming a mysterious cycle. It looked strange and unique. Hand over Zhuowen, and I'll stop immediately. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Jiang Zhuomei said coldly. Feng Ruji took a deep breath and said with fire in his eyes, Jiang Zhuomei, you forced our family to do this. You can't tell right from wrong and insist on fighting with us. Then I have no choice but to ask the ancestor for help. With that, Feng Ruji's eyes turned cold. He flipped his right hand and took out a token. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the token. With a crack, the token shattered. A ray of blood light shot out and went deep into the Wind and Thunder family. At that moment, in the deepest part of the Windstorm clan, there was a small temple. There was a clay statue sitting in the temple, and if one looked closely, they would find that it was a middle-aged man with bulging muscles sitting cross-legged on the statue. Whoosh! The ray of blood light shot into the temple and stopped between the statue's eyebrows. Then, countless cracks appeared on the statue's surface. Rays of red light shot out from the cracks. After these cracks appeared, pieces of hard soil fell from the surface of the statue. A middle-aged man with dark skin and bulging muscles suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong with Feng Ruji? Didn't I tell you? Don't wake me up if you don't need anything. That brat woke me up with a blood contract token. If there's nothing important, I'll break his legs. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He stood up and cursed. However, he soon noticed a terrifying fluctuation in the sky above Wind and Thunder City. Then he saw Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zhe fighting unscrupulously. Mother asterisk Kerr. Someone actually dares to attack the Wind Thunder clan. Are they looking down on our Wind Thunder clan? The coldness in the middle-aged man's eyes grew thicker. Then he took a step into the air and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Jiang Zhe, who was fighting with Lei Qingtian, had his eyebrows twitching nonstop as if some unknown danger was gradually approaching him. Rumble! The instant the space between Jiang Zhe's eyebrows twitched, the space behind him suddenly collapsed. A terrifying giant hand instantly grabbed at his back. Damn it! Jiang Zhe cursed in a low voice and waved his snake spear to block Lei Qingtian's attack. Then he took a step forward and the ice and fire lotuses bloomed under his feet. His speed increased to the extreme, and he barely dodged the big hand. However, this giant hand was too terrifying. Although Jiang Shi was not directly hit by this giant hand, he was still hit by the aftershock of this giant hand. He felt his whole body stiffen, and with a muffled groan, he retreated continuously. Jiang Shi's face was aghast as he wondered who the owner of this giant hand was. Just the aftermath of this attack was enough to cause his blood and qi to boil, causing him to suffer a faint internal injury. If he were to be hit directly, wouldn't he be seriously injured? Your reaction is not bad, and your body movement is also quite fast. A soft sound of surprise came from the void, and soon after, waves of ripples spread out in the void. A middle-aged man with bulging muscles and a sturdy figure walked out, and he stared at Jiang Shi, who was retreating repeatedly with astonishment. This middle-aged man had no aura on him, as if he was an ordinary person. However, the palm that he casually stretched out just now was enough to make an earthly immortal like Jiang Shi retreat miserably. This man was definitely not simple. Patriarch, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji immediately bowed their heads respectfully, especially Lei Qingtian, who was like a mouse meeting a cat. He immediately retreated dozens of steps and cupped his hands at the middle-aged man from afar. Lei Qingtian, why are you hiding so far away? Am I a scourge or a ferocious beast? Why are you so scared? Seeing Lei Qingtian's reaction, the middle-aged man was unhappy. He shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was like thunder and wind, and it reverberated in the ears of countless people in the Wind Thunder City. It was as if there was an endless sound playing. Lei Qingtian's face was full of bitterness. He could only brace himself and come to 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. He nodded and bowed, and his attitude was as respectful as it could be. In fact, Lei Qingtian could not be blamed for being so afraid of the patriarch of the Wind Thunder family. It was just that the patriarch of the Wind Thunder family was too eccentric and eccentric. The middle-aged man liked martial artists with bad tempers the most. The worse their tempers were, the more he liked them. In the past, Lei Qingtian's temper was much worse than it was now. Basically, he would fight whenever there was a disagreement. Every time he fought, there would be blood. The patriarch liked Lei Qingtian very much back then. Every day, he would summon Lei Qingtian to his residence and trample on him. He called it a kind of training for his will. During that period of time, Lei Qingtian was the most miserable and kept up. He was almost tortured to death every day, and his flesh was torn open. There was hardly a day when he looked like a human being. Because of this, Lei Qingtian's temper had improved a lot. At the same time, his heart was full of fear for the patriarch. That's good, but who are these guys? How dare they come to our Wind Thunder family? The middle-aged man nodded, and then he stared coldly at Jiang Zhume and the others. His gaze contained a terrifying pressure, and even earthly immortals like Jiang Zhe and Jiang Zhume felt their hearts tremble and thump wildly. The patriarch of the Wind Thunder family, Feng Lei Wuji, Jiang Zhume, said with an ugly expression, "They are from the Ice Fire family. This person is the current patriarch of the Ice Fire family, Jiang Zhume. This time, Jiang Zhume is too bold. She dares to come to our Wind Thunder family for a nobody. How hateful!" Feng Ruji answered truthfully. Wind Thunder Wuji arched his eyebrows and said with surprise, "For a nameless person? Who is that nameless person? Why would the Ice Fire family mobilize so many people?" "It's him." Lei Qingtian quickly pointed at Zhuowen, who was not far away, protected by Lei Tingqin and the 8 lightning elemental elders. At this moment, Zhuowen was wrapped in layers of lightning like a dumpling. When Feng Lei Wuji's gaze fell on Zhuowen, Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he secretly complained in his heart. The pressure that Feng Lei Wuji gave him was even more terrifying than that of Jiang Zuomei and the other Earth Immortals. Moreover, Lei Qingtian and the others called him Patriarch. How could Zhuowen not guess that this person's cultivation was at the Sky Immortal realm? Feng Lei Wuji's gaze was extremely sharp, as if he had seen through him from head to toe. Feng Lei Wuji was just casually glancing at Zhuowen, but soon his gaze was fixed on him, and his face became serious. This boy has a part of the lightning, elemental, wind, and thunder saint symbol. No, I feel that there is another saint symbol's aura on him. What is it? Feng Lei Wuji narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented light burst out from his eyes. Immediately, he became serious and said with a smile, "No wonder the Ice-Fire family dared to cause trouble for our Wind and Thunder family for this boy. It turns out that this boy has a trace of the origin of the Ice-Fire saint symbol. I didn't expect that this boy's luck would be so good. He actually has a part of 2 saint symbols in his body." As soon as these words came out, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji were shocked, and then they revealed a look of understanding. No wonder Jiang Zuomei was so eager to get Zhuowen. It turned out that Zhuowen still had a trace of the origin that the Ice-Fire family had lost many years ago. Patriarch Jiang, no wonder you are so anxious. It turns out that this boy has a trace of the Ice-Fire saint symbol's origin. Ha ha! Feng Ruji suddenly laughed. Jiang Zuomei's face was gloomy to the extreme. She stared at Feng Lei Wuji and said in a deep voice, "Senior Feng Lei, as the ancestor of the Wind and Thunder family, do you want to bully the weak and intervene in the affairs of us juniors?" Feng Lei Wuji laughed and said, "Bullshit! A bunch of bullshit. It stinks to the point where I can't even smell it. You've already fought your way into this old man's home. If I don't do anything now that I've come out, do you think there's something wrong with my head? Or do you think I'm an idiot?" Feng Lei Wuji spoke without any scruples. His cursing immediately made Jiang Zuomei's face turn gloomy. "You juniors of the Ice-Fire family, get lost as far as you can. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later," Feng Lei Wuji said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Senior Feng Lei's eyes are like torches. You can sense the aura of the Ice-Fire saint symbol on Zhuowen's body. However, this thing is a treasure of our Ice-Fire family. We won't let this matter go. Since Senior Feng Lei has come out, our ancestor will naturally not continue to be silent." Speaking up to here, a huge ice-fire array suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wind Thunder City. The energy of ice and fire intertwined in this array and finally turned into a stalwart figure. It was an old man in an icy blue and fiery red robe. His hair and beard were white, and his eyes were like torches. "Jiang Binghan." Feng Lei Wuji narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the old man who had suddenly appeared. "Ancestor." With Jiang Zuomei as the leader, the group of people bowed to the old man in an extremely respectful manner. Jiang Binghan nodded and immediately looked at Zhuowen with deep meaning. His eyes flashed, and he laughed. He really has a wisp of the Ice-Fire saint symbol. This old man has been bitterly searching for this source for thousands of years. I didn't expect to find it today. Speaking up to here, Jiang Binghan looked at Feng Lei Wuji and said, "Old man Feng Lei, let me have this boy." Feng Lei Wuji snorted coldly and said, "Jiang Binghan, aren't you too arrogant? This boy also has the lightning attribute of the Wind Thunder Saint symbol. Let you have it? Do you think that's possible?" Chapter 1673. Heavenly Immortal Feng Lei Wuji sneered. Jiang Binghan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You want your Ice Fire family to extract the Ice Fire's sacred symbol's origin from this kid? If you extract the lightning attribute part of the wind and lightning sacred symbol during the process, what's the point of giving such a useless person to my wind and lightning family? Jiang Binghan frowned and said, Jiang Binghan, am a man of my word. I will not touch the lightning attribute part of the wind and lightning sacred symbol. Your promise is nothing. This kid must belong to our wind and lightning family. Get lost from wherever you came from, Feng Lei Wuji said without any trace of politeness. His words angered Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan's eyes were cold as he said, Old man wind and lightning, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I can't deal with you? If you want to deal with me, then deal with me. Why are you blabbering nonsense? Feng Lei Wuji sneered. Humph! Jiang Binghan snorted and didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and appeared behind Feng Lei Wuji as if he had teleported. Immediately, he threw out a palm and an invisible ripple spread out. Feng Lei Wuji's eyes narrowed. He took a step and leaned to the side, narrowly dodging Jiang Binghan's palm. Then, his right hand turned into a claw and caught Jiang Binghan's right hand. Buzz! As soon as the two collided, an invisible ripple spread out. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, and the buildings that spanned thousands of feet below them all collapsed and were annihilated. Retreat! Lei Tingqin's face changed when she felt the terrifying invisible ripple. She quickly shouted, Activate the wind and lightning array. As soon as Lei Tingqin said that, the 8 lightning elemental elders behind her rushed out. At the same time, Lei Qingtian and Feng Ruji commanded the experts of their respective factions to set up a powerful wind and thunder array around them. In an instant, 2 huge wings appeared within 100 feet of the wind and lightning family. One wing was made of wind energy, while the other was made of lightning energy. As soon as the 2 wings appeared, they suddenly joined together, forming an oval shape that enveloped the wind and thunder family. As the terrifying, invisible ripples spread out, the huge Tempest array began to tremble. The expert of the Tempest clan, who presided over the array, let out a muffled groan. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was devoid of blood. In the wind and thunder formation, Feng Ruji and Lei Qingtian looked at each other and unleashed their earthly immortal realm strength. For a moment, the power of the wind and thunder formation increased greatly and finally resisted the invisible ripples. Although the Wind-Thunder clan was saved, the countless structures within several thousand meters of the clan had been reduced to dust. The countless cultivators within the range were unable to resist the terrifying ripples and died one after another. Is this a battle between celestial immortals? Inside the Tempest array, Zhuowen looked up at Wuji and Jiang Binghan, who were in the sky. It was just an ordinary collision between the two of them, but the ripples that were produced had such terrifying power. In the past, Zhuowen would have thought that this was simply inconceivable. Celestial immortals were too strong. Whether it was Wuji or Jiang Binghan, they could kill Zhuowen as easily as pinching an ant. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was filled with a sense of awe. This was a normal reaction in the face of an existence whose strength was far beyond his own. But soon, the awe in Zhuowen's heart turned into eagerness. He also hoped that one day he could be as strong as Wuji. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses would be nothing more than ants. Crack! The invisible ripples dissipated, but cracks appeared on the wind and thunder formation. Immediately, it collapsed. The wind and thunder formation was destroyed just by taking one hit from the invisible ripples. As for Jiang Zhuome, she led the experts of the Ice Fire family and hurriedly retreated a few thousand feet away, narrowly avoiding the invisible ripples. The scene of a few thousand feet being razed to the ground in the blink of an eye fell into the eyes of countless warriors in the Wind and Thunder City. Immediately, the eyes of these warriors were filled with panic. Eventually, this panic spread to the entire Wind and Thunder City. In an instant, the Wind and Thunder City was in chaos. The noise was like firecrackers. Figures rushed out of the Wind and Thunder City. At this moment, they no longer dared to stay in the Wind and Thunder City. How could they withstand the might of a celestial immortal? If they didn't want to die, they could only run for their lives. Old Man Wind and Thunder, quickly let go of me. Wuji held Jiang Binhan's right hand tightly, causing Jiang Binhan's face to turn gloomy. He shouted angrily, his eyes filled with displeasure. This place is too close to the Wind and Thunder City. Let's fight. Follow me. Wu Jifeng also realized that it was inappropriate to fight in the Wind and Thunder City. With the might of a celestial immortal, if they really fought, the Wind and Thunder City would be turned into ruins. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. After saying that, Wu Jifeng lay grabbed with his right hand and stomped his foot. He directly teleported and disappeared thousands of miles away. Teleportation is a divine ability that only celestial saints can use. Celestial immortals can teleport to any place within thousands of miles in an instant. Looking at how he appeared thousands of miles away in an instant, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Xiao He had told him about the characteristics of celestial saints before. Among them, teleportation was the most prominent divine ability of celestial saints. In addition to the divine ability of teleportation, what existed in the Dantian of celestial saints was not the inner core, but the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit did not carry saint power, but the special and powerful power of celestial core power. Celestial core power was also known as celestial saint power. This celestial core power was far superior to saint power. Perhaps the energy contained in a thumb-sized celestial core power of an earthly immortal was comparable to the total amount of saint power in the Dantian of a saint at the peak of the heaven-defying saint stage. Just now, although Wu Jifeng lay and Jiang Binghan had only collided with each other, they had mobilized the celestial core power in their bodies. Even if it was an ordinary collision with celestial core power, it was far more terrifying than an ordinary saint's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from thousands of miles away. Two black shadows were like two black lightning bolts, constantly colliding in the sky thousands of miles away. Moreover, the collision of these two black shadows was too terrifying. Every time they collided, the aftermath seemed to be able to tear the sky and shatter the earth. Thousands of miles away, no matter if it was a mountain, a plain, or a hill, everything was shattered into countless pieces and powder under the collision of the two black shadows. Even the ground was blasted open, and in the depths of the ravines, blazing hot magma gushed out, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Even the people in Wind Thunder City, who were thousands of miles away, could feel the intensity and terror of the battle between the two. Jiang Binghan, get out of my Wind Thunder Mansion. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the two people who were fighting continuously separated. Wu Jifeng Lei's face was filled with a murderous aura. Both of his hands quickly formed seals in the void. Boom. Suddenly, the aura in Wu Jifeng Lei's body became extremely terrifying. The surface of his body was surrounded by extremely terrifying wind and lightning energy. At the same time, Wu Jifeng Lei formed seals again and again. His eyes revealed a dignified expression. Suddenly, he spat out a talisman from his mouth. To be more precise, it was half a talisman. This talisman was not complete, only half. Although it contained wind and lightning energy, The wind energy was far stronger than the lightning energy. Old man Feng Lei, are you crazy? Jiang Binghan turned pale, with fright. He did not expect Wuji Feng Lei to use the Wind Thunder Saint talisman. Although the Wind Thunder Saint talisman in the Wind Thunder family was not complete, it was still a saint talisman. Moreover, it was controlled by a heavenly immortal like Wuji Feng Lei. The power it could display was far more terrifying than a heavenly immortal saint artifact. Wuji Feng Lei's eyes were cold. He stared at Jiang Binghan and said in a deep voice, "You've touched my bottom line many times. You've even behaved atrociously in my Wind Thunder Mansion. This old man cannot tolerate this. Today, even if I have to use this Wind Thunder Saint talisman, I will drive you away." After saying that, Wuji Feng Lei grabbed the Wind Thunder Saint talisman with his right hand. Then he squeezed it. Suddenly, a terrifying wind energy surged out, mixed with traces of lightning. The wind energy gathered on Zhuowen's back, and finally turned into 3 pairs of huge wind wings. These 3 pairs of wind elemental great wings were much more powerful than Zhuo Wenslei Sanyi. Although Zhuo Wenslei Sanyi had lost the lightning disc, the main reason was that Zhuo Wen's strength was much weaker than these wind elemental great wings. As soon as the 3 wind wings formed, Wuji Feng Lei's aura reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Whoosh! The 3 wind wings on Wuji Feng Lei's back flapped fiercely, and a terrifying hurricane erupted from the void behind him. Wuji Feng Lei's speed increased to an extremely terrifying level. It was much faster than teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Wuji Feng Lei arrived behind Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan did not even have time to react. His attention was still fixed on the previous situation. Bang! Wuji Feng Lei's right palm blasted out, aiming at Jiang Binghan's back. Jiang Binghan immediately reacted, but Wuji Feng Lei's speed was too fast. He could only lean to the side and block with both hands in front of his body. Jiang Binghan let out a muffled groan and retreated. Soon after, his eyes revealed a look of horror. However, Wuji Feng Lei did not want to give Jiang Binghan any time to think. His speed was like lightning. Before Jiang Binghan could react, he flashed behind Jiang Binghan again, and his palm blasted out like a poisonous snake. Jiang Binghan's eyes revealed anger and killing intent. Then he shouted loudly, and a talisman floated out from his Tianling acupoint. This talisman was more complete than Wuji Feng Lei's talisman. There was only a gap in the upper right corner. The entire talisman was formed by the alternating combination of ice and fire. Chapter 1674. The Battle for Possession. Feng Lei Wuji's right hand slammed into the ice-fire shield, but it was as if he had slammed into a soft water curtain. The power of his right hand was completely disintegrated by the ice-fire shield. Moreover, the alternating ice and fire energy on the surface of the ice-fire shield were like maggots that drilled into Feng Lei Wuji's palm. Feng Lei Wuji's right foot stomped on the ground, and he retreated rapidly, leaving the area where Jiang Binghan was. At the same time, the ice and fire energy on his right palm was blocked by his powerful celestial yuan. However, although Feng Lei Wuji's celestial yuan was extremely powerful, the ice and fire energy was extremely strange. It was extremely sticky, and it stuck to his palm, trying to drill into his meridians again. Break! Feng Lei Wuji felt a headache from the terrifying ice and fire energy. He clenched his palm, and the power of the Wind Thunder Saint talisman and his celestial yuan completely annihilated the ice and fire energy. You also brought the Ice Fire Saint talisman out. Feng Lei Wuji's eyes flickered with shock. At this moment, there was a huge sea of fire above Jiang Binghan's head, and layers of cold air beneath his feet. He stood in the middle of the ice and fire energy, and his hair fluttered without wind. He looked like a god and a demon. I naturally have my own trump cards, since I dared to barge into your Wind Thunder clan today. I know that your clan has the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman, so how can I not bring the Ice Fire Saint Talisman out just in case? Jiang Binghan stomped his right foot, and the cold air under his feet began to spread at a terrifying speed. The area within 10,000 miles of Jiang Binghan was affected by the cold air, and it turned into a terrifying ice domain, as if 10,000 miles were frozen. Above Jiang Binghan's head, flames were burning the sky. The scorching heat radiated in all directions. The sky was covered in flames, and the surrounding temperature had reached a terrifying level. The Ice Fire Saint Talisman is almost complete. Is this the true power of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman? In the Fenglai clan, Zhuowen had a complicated look in his eyes. He finally realized that the power of the Saint Talisman was so terrifying. The Holy Ice Fire Talisman in Jiang Binghan's hand was not complete, but it was able to exert such heaven-like power. He knew that if the Holy Ice Fire Talisman was complete, the power it could exert would be beyond imagination. When Jiang Binghan and Fenglai Wuji took out the Ice Flame Saint Rune and Wind Thunder Saint Rune respectively, the Saint Runes of the other 7 Saint Rune families in the other 7 directions of the Central Plains all showed some changes. In the Prophet's family's sacrificial tower, the goddess was sitting on a cushion. The divination Holy Talisman, floating on the altar in front of her, was buzzing. The entire altar was shaking violently. Goddess, the prediction Saint Talisman is behaving strangely. Could it be that something has happened to the other Saint Talismans? An old man in a white coat, holding a walking stick, slowly walked behind Yin Tianwei. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. Ancestor, can't you feel these 2 auras? These are the Fenglai Saint Rune and the Ice Fire Saint Rune. The Fenglai clan and the Ice Fire clan have already started a war, Yin Tianwei said calmly. The old man slowly calmed down. He stared deeply at Yin Tianwei and said, "The Wind Thunder clan and the Ice Fire clan are both clans with deep foundations. They won't act so easily. If they do, you should have predicted it, goddess. So why, ancestor, please don't ask too many questions. Everything Tianwei has done is for the sake of our Prophet clan. The divination Holy Talisman has been gathering dust in the Prophet clan for thousands of years. Because of this, the Prophet clan has become the weakest of the 9 great Saint Rune clans. Since Tianwei has the ability to communicate with the divination Holy Talisman, Tianwei will do everything in my power to rise up our Prophet clan. I hope that the ancestor and the entire Prophet clan will do their best to help Tianwei." The goddess suddenly bent down and said to Yin Tianwei, with sincerity. The old man helped Yin Tianwei up and sighed. "Goddess, this old man doesn't deserve it. You are the 2nd person in the Prophet clan to be able to communicate with the divination Holy Talisman after the 1st generation ancestor. You are a heaven-sent person of our Prophet clan. We wholeheartedly acknowledge you as the goddess." Since the goddess has the heart to rise up the Prophet clan, this old man is very happy and will definitely do his best to help. The corners of Yin Tianwei's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and then he said, "Thank you, ancestor." In addition to the Prophet clan, the ancestors of the other 6 Saint Rune clans, namely the Heavy Shield, Revolving Stab, Eternal, Blood Sacrifice, Monarch Blade, and Beast Envoy, all opened their eyes at this moment. Their gazes crossed the endless territory of the Central Plains and finally landed on Jiang Binghan and Fenglai Wuji, who were holding the Ice Fire Saint Rune, and Fenglai Wuji, who were holding the Fenglai Saint Rune. Fenglai Wuji of the Fenglai clan and Jiang Binghan of the Ice Fire clan have gone crazy? They are actually using their saint runes to fight. Don't they care about the rules set by the 9 great Saint Rune clans? Are they trying to break the balance? Even if these 2 clans break the balance, it has nothing to do with us. If they want to fight, let them fight. It's best if they fight until both sides suffer. Maybe we can be the fishermen. At this moment, the ancestors of the 6 great clans were communicating with each other with their terrifying divine senses. Of course, the only one who didn't release their divine senses was the Prophet clan. However, the patriarchs of the 6 great clans did not find it strange. Although the Prophet clan had produced a peerless genius goddess, the Prophet clan's foundation was too weak. Their foundation was much weaker than the other 8 clans. Even the ancestor of the Prophet clan was only at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. They didn't have any sky immortals, so their combat strength was extremely weak. They had always been neglected by the other 8 great clans. Although the Prophet clan's status had risen a lot in the past 1,000 years due to the emergence of the goddess, the other 8 great clans still didn't take the Prophet clan seriously because the threat of the Prophet clan was too low. Not only the Saint Rune clan, but many martial artists around the Wind Thunder Mansion also felt the terrifying energy coming from the Wind Thunder Mansion. At this moment, in a rather luxurious pavilion in the by-clan of the Green Lotus Mansion, 2 figures were standing outside the courtyard. They were looking at the Wind Thunder Mansion with worry in their eyes. Brother Tian, we received a message from Brother Joie. He told us not to enter the Wind Thunder Mansion. Something big seems to be happening there. Could it be related to Brother Joie? Woody asked worriedly. Lu Hantian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Since Zhuan told us not to go, we shouldn't go. The fluctuation is too terrifying. It's not something we can withstand. Plus, Zhuan has the Azure Dragon Palace. I believe he'll be fine. Right now, we only need to stay in the Bai clan. In the past, Zhuan told me about the Bai clan. It's said to be the clan of one of his seniors. If he comes to the Green Lotus Mansion in the future, he'll definitely come and take a look. The Bai clan is in a difficult period now. If it's Zhuan, he'll definitely help. Now that Zhuan isn't here, we'll help the Bai clan on his behalf." Woody nodded when she heard that. Although she was worried about Zhuan's message said that he was fine. He also warned them not to go to the Wind Thunder Mansion without permission. Therefore, she didn't rush to the Wind Thunder Mansion with Lu Hantian. "Old Man Wind Thunder, let's see if the Wind Thunder Saint Rune or the Ice Fire Saint Rune is stronger." Jiang Binghen's eyes were indifferent. He clenched his right hand. Immediately, the sky-burning fire in the sky and the coldness on the ground contracted rapidly. When the ice and fire came into contact, there was a strange, sizzling sound. Then, a 4-petaled ice-fire lotus was formed. The ice-fire lotus was too big. It radiated a radius of 10,000 miles. The moment this fire and ice lotus was formed, Feng Lei Wuji's face darkened. With a loud roar, the 3 pairs of wind wings on his back swept out a hurricane that reached the heavens. Immediately, the 3 pairs of wind wings opened and closed, dodging the attacks of the fire and ice lotus. Feng Lei Wuji leaped and flapped his wind wings. He soared into the sky. The ice-fire lotus chased after him like an angry dragon. Crash! Feng Lei Wuji leaped into the sky. At this moment, the sky was already covered with dark clouds. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than buckets intertwined in the clouds. My Wind Thunder Saint Rune isn't complete. If I want to display the true power of this rune, I can only use the natural lightning to form the Wind Thunder wings. Absorb. The moment Feng Lei Wuji leaped into the clouds, he grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, the dark clouds rolled violently. Countless bolts of lightning gathered behind Feng Lei Wuji's back. The moment the lightning gathered, the 3 pairs of wind wings on his back began to expand and fuse together. When all the lightning in the clouds was absorbed, the dark clouds were suddenly blown away by a hurricane. Immediately, a pair of huge wind thunder wings appeared in the sky. When the pair of wings spread out, it was 10,000 feet wide. It was as if the pair of wings covered the entire sky. Rumble! The fire and ice lotus still reached a height of 10,000 miles, and the pair of wings slowly closed. The instant the fire and ice lotus collided with the pair of wings, it collapsed with a loud bang, and the energy of ice and fire poured down like a volcanic eruption in the entire sky. This scene was like the end of the world. The entire sky was filled with the ice, fire, lotus, and wind thunder energies. Day was no longer day, and the sky was no longer the sky. That scene was simply too shocking. Everyone in Wind Thunder Manor would never be able to forget what they saw today. Zuomei, Jiangzhe, what are you waiting for? Get that Zhuoin. Old Man Feng, Lei can't stop you now. Our Ice Fire family must get this kid. Jiang Binghen's voice rumbled in the sky as the Ice Flame Saint Talisman and the Wind Lightning Saint Talisman collided in the sky, creating a terrifying, dazzling light. Yes, Jiang Zuomei and the other experts of the Ice Fire family, who were absent-minded because of the battle between Jiang Binghan and Feng Lei Wuji, came back to their senses and responded. Lei Qingtian, Feng Ruji, our Ice Fire family must get Zhuowen today.